Hello and welcome to Nollywood Film Club podcast. I'm Mr. C of Iroko Critic, and I am not redoing this again. This is my fourth time doing this intro because bad things keep happening. But in this conversation, bad things will not happen. We will have a fun conversation, and we did have a fun conversation on the space. This was a very fascinating one. One of the big things to look out for is discussion on nudity in Nollywood. Jesus, this conversation, I have a feeling, is going to keep on going. Although I feel like I've probably said as much as I can say on the topic by the end of this discussion, because I just think we just keep on making the same mistakes. But you know what? One thing I didn't say on this space is that I don't mind us is at least good that we're venturing outside something that is not the norm. Just need to perfect it. It's the same thing as most Nollywood venturing outside norm things, really, that we do. Anyway, but there is a lot of discussion about the world building in this. There's a lot of discussion about like character and plot progression. This show we will be discussing has some stunts. So yeah, this was actually a fun discussion. There's pushback, which I always enjoy. Please feel free to discuss pushback on anything if you jump on the space or if you want to come discuss with us. I'm always open for it. Mrs. C will not be, so pray I see it first. All right. But having said that, I just hope you enjoy Nollywood Film Club discussing Shanty Town. Welcome to Nollywood Film Club. We discuss movies every Sunday, Nollywood movies. We will do the good, we'll do the bad, and then we'll do a summary. And today we're discussing Shanty Town, the new Netflix TV series. Okay, let's just get into it. Let's go straight away. Let's start with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, what do you have for us? What's going on? What did you like about Shanty Town?
Hi. So, what did I like about Shanty Town? I like I like the world building. So let me just say that I've always wondered if Nollywood ever makes like a dystopian, what it was going to look like, maybe it will be set in future or how the world building is going to be like. And I think this is one thing that I appreciated when I started watching Shanty Town, especially from the first scene. You are in this world that has obvious breakdown of law and order, and you believe it. I mean, it wasn't as though there were so many elements going on to it, but just from what the from the Shangisha village or town you have an idea of what this world is a world that it's not set in the future. So I mean, it looks a bit familiar, like you're sure you've seen something like this before, but then the obvious breakdown of law and order just also seals it, and it's not jarring or nothing is out of place. So I'll say yes, world building. um what else did I like? Okay, I'm going to go on to the other other nonsense things that I like Mercy's ass. I kept staring at it and I'm like, you know what? Go girl. Every time which was not a lot on my screen, I was like, yeah, that's good. What else did I like? I liked seeing Peter Okoye on my screen. I thought it was very cute. What else did I like? I think that's it for me, really. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Elizabeth. Elizabeth mentioning some cute people to look at, including Messi's ass, not Messi's ass, apparently. And as somebody who doesn't mind looking at a cute bum bum, doesn't mind looking at a cute bum bum, doesn't mind looking at a cute bum bum. I think I would say that yes, yes, I'm fine with it, BBL or not. Whatever you
We don't
are,
discriminate.
however, I don't discriminate.
Wherever you got your
Of
bonbon
your,
from.
if your cheeks look nice, I like looking at it. They will go to other aspects of. We'll come to other aspects
Aspect
of
not
what
liking looking at you.
of what that means and what it could mean for the audience and the greater conversation behind all of that. But yes, I certainly can get behind that. Thanks, Elizabeth. All right, Fi, please tell us some things you enjoyed about Shanty Town.
Okay, hi everyone.
Right.
Just to let you know, please, maybe you just time me because I wrote a lot. Thank you. So I like the storyline beginning with Jackie's freedom because it created the setting, although it was weak, that it was freedom the women of Shanty Town sought, and that was something not freely given. I like the scene in which Inem fought Jagun for groping Ashanti. It showed a glimpse of her character. However, I don't feel that part of her was further developed in relation to the girls. More on that later. I love when Chidi speaks Yoruba. I wrote here, yum. Chidi's acting as Scar was so convincing. I loved seeing him back on the screen, and I liked the reveal that he was Chief's son. Chidi acting as Scar was not him acting, but him being, and it brought me back to old Nollywood because of the strength of his acting. It was seamless. I definitely felt encouraged to have an old Nollywood marathon. I liked the first scene with Scar and Chief Fernandez. It showed the expected power play and made one reflect on Scar's power in Shanty Town and his power in front of Chief, how he still ended up calling someone of higher authority Baba and prostrating. I liked seeing that, especially when Chief Fernandez called Scar Abudering. You could still see the spite Scar had for Chief in his eyes, which is always obvious in such power structures, but further understood when it was later revealed he was his son. I loved RMD's Yoruba, and I loved that it was improved for this series. You could definitely tell that he'd practiced to ensure it sounded much better, so well done to him. Chief's bodyguard was hot with the way he floored Scar. I liked that it was the beginning of the war between them. I like Nancy in parts of the mixologist scene, the confidence in mixing, certain mannerisms, the shaker scene, but especially the way she tucked the money into her bra. More on this later. The bloody scene of Scar killing Jackie coinciding with the climax of the sex scene was good editing and imagery. Chief's voice in this film was so sexy, and I love the name Fernandez. It's even the last name of a character in one of my books, so I love that confirmation that is authentic to Lagosian. I like how the dialogue between Scar and Dame Excellency gave us more insight into Chief Fernandez's character, especially as it was after the scene where he accosted Shalewa. I especially liked when Scar was wearing the hood and being aggressive, the switch in countenance when he saw who it actually was. Scar and the Dame fed off of each other really well in that scene. I like the scene between Inem and Mama T, her saying hold me as they embraced. It was sweet for the moment. More on that later. Ini really acted well in this film. I love how she's always had an expressive face that speaks for her and how she knows how to communicate with her eyes really well. The acting was heightened towards the last episodes, especially between Inem and Ene. I loved their scenes and how she finally convinced her to use her power to help the girls, even if it was for a brief moment. I liked a lot of the costumes, especially Ene and Scar's outfits, Shalewa's too. Ene's style was very distinct and personable, nice fabrics and styles. I liked how despite seeing Inem as a threat, Ene still helped cover for her after she stole the money. I love how there was a strong emphasis on spiritual protection and charms. It was one of my predictions for Nollywood this year that there would be a lot more spiritual and supernatural themes this year and beyond. I have a theory that RMD has been dying to play this sort of role, so we stopped thirsting over him. He was scary as fuck, and I loved it because he's been the soft-spoken, chilled guy for a while. So he was very menacing and showed range, and I think his performance was excellent. In terms of Scar, the cutting off of his finger really showed Chief didn't give a fuck about his son. I also liked how there wasn't a storyline about him, Scar, trying to get his father's approval. The only acknowledgement of fatherhood by Scar was when he confronted Femi and referred to him as the golden son. I also came up with the theory about Scar's name. It would be generic to think it's just because he has a scar on his face, but what about a scar where his heart used to be? Bearing in mind he's been doing this since he was a teenager, then as an adult we can see what his father appointed him to do, using him to his own advantage, then wanting to shut down his livelihood because he was running for governor. On top of that, he sliced off his finger. I give it to Scar's character for taking all those wounds on his chin, and let's not forget the shock at what Chief did to Inem. Chief Fernandez was just a sick fuck. Then I liked Colorado's character and his one-liners. It became so comedic. I liked how the final scene with Scar felt exactly like the scene with the hyenas in The Lion King. I liked Nancy in different parts of this movie. She was funny and charming. That's my girl. And I think at one point, I think we're supposed to realize that Mama T may be Scar's mom, or am I just getting that wrong? Yeah, those are my likes. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Fi.
I always love it when you speak. Like, you don't just have notes, you have a narrative. Like, you start from somewhere, you're telling a story with it, and I love it.
Okay, and whilst I do love Fi, you do not have to have your list. If you want to say anything about Shanty Town, whether you have the notes that Fi has, please feel free to request.
I don't have a list, so
please feel free to request. We'll take it in turns. During these kind of things, usually our speaker list will be full, but we'll do a rotation. But you definitely get to go if you want to say anything. On the other hand, you can just use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club, or just make a comment underneath the space. Okay. That said, let's go on. Cynthia, tell me some of the things that you liked.
Oh well, yeah, I don't have a list. For most part of it, I think I enjoyed the pigeon. I'm still thinking, like I felt like it wasn't slow. It wasn't that bad. Yeah. So I think the pigeon was okay. It's gelled. I kind of enjoyed it. Um, I also felt Iniedo looked very good. Not like the acting was good, but she looked very good on most of the things she wore. I also kind of like that they spoke Ibibio Epic, having a minor language in a big house production because it's on Netflix. So I'm saying it's a big house production. I don't know if it's a big house production, anyways. So I kind of like that they spoke minor language, but if I'm being honest, with or without it, the movie would still be the same. And yeah, those are the things I have for my life.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Cynthia. I do think that one of my likes is the BBO spoken by Ini and Inse. Like Cynthia said, I think there's something, like we get a lot of Yoruba in some of these big films, and sometimes we get Igbo. It's nice to have all these other dialects. I do have family who speak Ibibio, so it is somebody who has family there. It was nice to go, hey, my people, that kind of thing.
But we don't understand anything.
Shut up. We're not talking about that. Not talking about. I said family. I said family. I said family. I said family. Anyway, but yes, it's good to get a representation, and this is part of like sort of Niger to the world kind of thing. Yes, it's nice to have the different dialects represented and all of that. But thanks a lot, Cynthia. So Omar Dudu, please tell us some of the things you liked about Shanty Town.
Hi everyone.
Hey.
So the things I liked about Shanty Town, I think I like the opening scene a bit. I kind of like it a bit because the only part I didn't like was where the mother was rowing away with the other girl, and that guy was looking at her like as if she was far away. So I think I like the opening scene a bit, and I like the BBO, like everyone has said. I think I like the way Iniedo and the other lady, they were exchanging, like they were talking. I really liked it. It was beautiful to watch. So I think I like RMD's character, the way he spoke. I really like the way he spoke. It was not. His Yoruba didn't feel forced. He spoke his Yoruba well, and it went. So what else do I like? I think I like Iniedo's character a bit. I like her performance, not quite well, but I like it. And this character, I don't know why everybody is hyping that character, his performance, but I think the dialogue will kind of make it, it watered it down a bit. The dialogue watered its character down a bit, and it was kind of it didn't look different from talks I've seen in other movies, in other Yoruba movies and whatever. It didn't look different from Bolale Nino Nowu's performance. So I don't think there's anything spectacular about that performance, but it's okay. It's quite okay. So I think those are the only three things I like about. Okay, I like the where they had the blast, the what do you call it, the boss. I think I like that scene. I like it. So that's all I like about Shanty
All
Town.
right. Okay. Thanks, Modudu. Modudu's mentioned some of the effects, the bus tipping over. Some praise for Chidi Mokeme, but I mean, some reservations in some of the words that actually came out of his mouth. But he seemed to like his performance. I think Chidi's performance was actually solid. I think I share Modudu's reservation for some of the words that came out of his mouth. But I think, I have. Yeah, Chidi's performance is hot and cold for me. There's some points I think where I think yes, I'm with you here, and there's some points where I'm like, I don't agree. I don't agree with this choice. But yes, in general, I'm not mad at people, to be honest. Liking the performance. But by the way, I'll just say again, for the new people who are here, you can just request to speak if you want to share anything you like about Shanty Town. Just come up or reply to the space, or just use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club. All right, Ada Owere, please tell us some of the things you enjoyed about Shanty Town.
Yeah, hi. So one other thing I enjoyed, I think it was meant to be a movie, but this might be incorrect. So I'm glad that they made it into a series, and yeah, that's one thing I enjoyed because I'm not sure how they would have fit everything. I liked the opening scene because it was kind of like a shock factor, and it kind of went straight to the point, even though like obviously it wasn't necessarily correlated with the rest of the series, but it wasn't a slow burn. It was like within a few minutes there was something happening, so that was good. And I like the inclusion of the random monkey at the start. That was quite funny and cute. I like the Ibibio language. I have never heard it spoken before, and I thought it sounded quite very, very cool. And I love how it was fluent between the characters. I love it as an inclusion, as a diversification, and away from like Yoruba or like the main languages. I like that the name of the boss is Da Costa Fernandez, which is unexpected, I guess. From again, usually it's kind of like a proper Yoruba name, but yeah, I like that. I liked Nancy's side of the plot, even though it wasn't explored that much, and I wish they did because I found that could have been very fascinating. The whole thing of her being basically sold by her father into basically slavery and prostitution, trying to get out of it, realizing that she's stuck, having to find other ways, getting a random encounter with like a billionaire son. I feel like that could have been that had potential, and even though it wasn't explored further, I think that was a good story plot. I like Scar's performance in the restaurant when he was confronting his half brother, because you could tell. I mean, he had his finger cut off at that point, but you could tell he was kind of like unhinged or in pain. Something was wrong, basically. But the way he was performing there, you can tell that there's something wrong, either upstairs or in his finger. I don't know, but it was very he played that scene very well. I liked the effects were not bad. Some of them were not that good, but yeah, I felt overall the effects were not too bad, and you can tell there was some, I guess, preparation and effort put into it, because I was obviously apprehensive. I have a bit of a thing with Nollywood trying to do like action kind of things, because I have suffered in the past when it was just cringe. So I hold my hand up to that, to being a bit of a negative Nancy. But when I saw it, I saw that it wasn't actually too bad. You could tell they actually had choreography for the fight scenes. The explosions weren't too bad. Some of the other effects like the car crash and stuff were not too bad. They were believable enough, I guess. So yeah, I like that preparation ahead of it. And yeah, I think that was it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ada. I have to agree with a couple of your points. One of the things that immediately I saw Scar's finger getting chopped off, I was like, oh, can we maintain that throughout the series? And can we do that? And I think there might have been one scene I didn't pause, but like I felt like maybe I saw his complete hand, but like I didn't see it for sure. So I thought they did a really good job. I'm someone who tends to notice these kind of things. So that at least it wasn't obvious to me. I was like, hey, that's a score. But yes, well done to a lot of the makeup department for some of their, so for some, at least that aspect of the thing generally. We might come to that in some of the bad sections, but yeah. All right, thanks, Ada. Aika, please tell us some of the things you enjoyed about Shanty Town.
Yeah. So one, I wanted to say some of the fight scenes and coordinations that was really nice. I mean, you could see people punch somebody and you could see that punch landed. And that's something that you don't necessarily see in modern films today, but it was cool. I really liked it. Even how some of the fighting who got up the upper hand at the end, even the way they did it, it was nice. The makeup department like the special effects department, the practical special effects. I'm not talking about like the visual, like the practical special effect environment. They did pretty good jobs too. That's really nice. The unique fashions of, I would say unique fashions it's nice too. I will say that Chidimokimi's acting it worked for me, because in some places you could definitely see him give like emotions behind his eye, even though he's being cruel and everything. You could see that there are some sort of emotions that he put behind his eye. I will always love Ini. And I think Ini does do well in many parts, but some parts she doesn't necessarily do well. And I do not think necessarily it's because of them not knowing the acting. It's just sometimes I feel like some of the dialogues that was written for the characters might not have been as well placed. But yes, Inse was good in this, although sometimes Inse's British accents will pop out, but Inse was also good in this. Nancy Seme she was okay. So those are some of the things I like. I like as a popcorn. There are some things here that are next level within Nollywood, right? You could see there was some planning. There was some, not to say there wasn't planning ever in Nollywood. There was always, I don't want to dismiss that people planned. You can't shoot a movie and shoot something without doing some planning. But you could see that there is sort of production improvements, and I see it in this movie, and I'm very glad about this. I'm very happy, and I know that Ini said she wanted to say that this is one of the reasons why she wanted to make this, is to say that we can probably do this next level things in Nollywood. I believe her, and I think if that's one of the goals that she's getting for, I think that this, in a production filming way, yes, this definitely really shows that, and that's a good thing, and that's the next level. And I think I like this show for that. As a popcorn thriller, yeah, it's okay, it's good, it's not, it's okay. It's okay. Other aspects, I also think that they did some good. At least they did some sort of research, because they did get the fact that Lagos does have people who were once slaves, and they came back to Lagos during the Portuguese era. That's why you get the Fernandez, the something, and all those people are part of the Lagos history. And like they did context with some of Lagos history, some of the scholarship in Lagos history, maybe pop scholarship in Lagos, in the history of Lagos. So that's something good. And yeah, like, yeah, this, it wasn't bad. It was a pretty good production on some of those other aspects that, if you think about it, yeah, it was lovely. And it was entertaining. It was entertaining. And it was as a spectacle, as like a spectacle that goes for pretty shocking spectacle. I think it's, if you judge it by that standard, and the standards that you normally see in this type of spectacle, the one that goes for like the blood and the gauze and spectacles like that, I think it doesn't stand out as much. Within that sort of something, it wasn't badly done. It was like very typical for that type of spectacle driven show.
Okay.
Sorry, I tend to be very specific with the type of phrase I give.
No, that's good. That's good. That's fine. Thanks, Onyeka. Onyeka, particularly praising the production of the show. I have to say, the explosions at the beginning, I was very much wowed at, and like, whenever I think about Nollywood, in terms of when to give us praise, like, I know, like, we're not where Hollywood and the West and even maybe like some other parts of like either European or even Asian cinema might be at, or filmmaking might be at. But like, it's nice when at least we push the boundary a little further, move it a little further, so we can go, hey, we have done something that other people have not done. And I think the explosions in the production was something that I think achieved that for me, especially the explosion combined with the camera works. Having people run around those explosions was really nice. Nice to see at the intro. All right, Jennifer, what things do you have to? What did you like about Shanty Town?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. So I definitely like the opening scene. I wasn't even ready to watch it at the time I switched it on. I was going to do something else, but I watched the opening scene, and the next thing I had watched the next 3 episodes. So I loved the opening scene. I didn't know what was going on with the girl's hair. I didn't understand why they had those huge wigs on, but definitely loved the opening scene. Then next, I liked the love-hate relationship between Ini's character and Inse's character. Sometimes I wasn't sure if Inse hated Ini or liked her, or was simply wary of her taking her position. Sometimes she seemed to actually care for her. Other times she was asking Scar, when are you getting rid of her or something? So it was, I couldn't put a finger on exactly how she felt about Ini's character, and that was interesting for me. Then I liked the scene where Messieke was killed. The realization that Scar's organization was also into human parts trafficking when Nse's character arrives with the cooler. And we had seen the cooler earlier in the club or wherever, somewhere where they were dancing, and we didn't know what it was for. And then she pulls up with it there, and just that whole scene, I thought it was really powerful. And the juxtaposition of the pleasure and pain Mercy's character, Jackie, yes, that's her name. Jackie was getting killed, and Shalewa was having an orgasm, and that back and forth, the intercutting of scenes there. Yes, I like that. And then what next? Okay, yeah, Nse's character, Shola Shobowale's character, even though She didn't show much. I like the scene where she has that interaction, that conversation with Ini's character, and she's basically telling us that she's a better person or something. Whatever was going on there, Sha. The little time she showed up on screen, I think she pulled her weight, and I thought their roles were emotional and compelling. And I really think that Chidi Mokeme did amazing. Maybe I've not watched sufficient movies with bad guys in them, with villainous bad guys in them to be able to compare, like someone compared Bolanle, the other guy's character, Sha. But I thought he did amazing. I thought he literally carried this series on his back, in my opinion. I thought his character was really compelling. And then finally, yeah, I think the scene, I enjoyed the scene. It was kind of playful. The scene where Nancy Simmons' character is getting dressed and Peter or Paul, I can't remember which one it was. One of the P Square brothers was getting dressed. They were planning to go on the date. I thought it was playful. It was a weird input in that very, everything was, we're walking towards the climax at that point. But here they were doing this romantic dress-up scene, intercutting between this romantic dress-up scenes. I really liked that part. I thought it was funny, and it just, lessened the tension a little. And even though I don't think he had any business in that role, but yes, I enjoyed that scene. And I think that those are some of the things from the top of my head, that I really liked about Shanty Town. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jennifer. I appreciate those detailed notes. A lot of love for Chidi Mokeme's performance. So let's hear from more people. But if you don't want to speak, you can just either comment on this or use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club, and we'll read out your tweet. You can put your hands up if you like, if you want to speak, if you're already on here, or you can request to speak. All right. We've got one tweet I'm going to read out. This is from Still Human, who says, the only thing I liked was the acting. Iniedo, Chidi, and Inse Etim came through. All right. Thank you, Still Human. All right. Going back to our list of people, I think Mr. Dawson, it is probably your go. If you can tell us some of the things you liked about Shanty Town, Mr. Dawson.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. So yeah, well, good things. It's a very big improvement, I must say, and it was good to see Chidi Mokeme back in the screen. I wasn't exactly surprised, for those who saw him in movies back in the days, but then this was sort of a different light, because I don't think he's done something like this before. I can't remember. So yeah, but yeah, this was really good. I think the production was good. I think it's something that we're getting a hold of in Nollywood. Generally, I think we're understanding how production should be in terms of cinematography, sound, color, and everything. So the production was good. It was a good direction. Shout out to Dimeji Ajibola. Direction was good as far as the script was concerned, in my opinion. I'm one of the very few that thinks the script wasn't exactly fantastic, but whatever was given to the director, I believe he was able to interpret it to the best of his knowledge. The interpretation was really good. I think the acting wasn't. I think the acting was average, but they didn't exactly wow me, apart from Chidi Mokeme. And I'm saying this maybe because I haven't seen him doing this in another film. But for the rest of them, it was some sort not spectacular for me, because they came as themselves, But although it was a bit funny to see Peter acting, but then I guess they had the reason for doing that. But yeah, so yeah, the rest, Nancy and amazing actresses, but there was nothing spectacular about their acting in this movie as far as I'm concerned. But they did well. Yeah, and yeah, like I said, the story was quite incoherent for me. I suppose there would be a season 2, or yeah, but then I would be flabbergasted if I see Scar in season 2, because with those multiple stabs, man should have gone. But yeah, we saw that the body was nowhere to be found. So I don't know what they're keeping in the sleeves for us, but yes, we're just hopeful. But yeah, like I said, it's a big improvement. It's good for Nollywood. It's very good. I'm looking forward to the sequel. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Dawson. We're in the good we're in the good section. Let's keep it positive. Positive. There's going to be time for the back.
Positive.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Let
it's
Mr.
just
Dawson
like
alone. That was positive.
no, I get it, Mr. Dawson. Well done. Thanks for it. But
Thank you.
I'm just saying there is a time for offloading on the people you don't think did well. It's going to be in the bad section. So. If you do have energy for some of that, save it. We'll get to that. We just want to praise the things we like at this point. All right. Next, we are going to. I think Monica has been here for a bit. Monica, please tell us some of the things that you enjoyed about Shanty Town.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining this space. Although I didn't anchor, but anyways. So, the amazing thing about this project is that I worked on this job. I was in the camera department, and it was a great experience for me. And I'm proud to see the work is out there, and wow, it's trendy. It's on everybody's mouth, and I'm proud that okay, I worked on this job. But that's by the way, right? So everybody is talking about the acting, the scar, and all of that. I'll come to that. But first of all, I'll talk about the crew. And when I'm talking about the crew right now, I'm talking about the lighting department. You guys, look at the lighting of this series. It was mad. It was top notch. Like you couldn't have had it another way. Look at how like it wasn't like all those normal regular movies or series that is overlit or like it's just shining. Do you get like the light was cool, it was calm, it was amazing. So I will really, really give it to the light people. The light, it was the light for me for this Shanty Town. And again, the camera, the shots were amazing. Then I talk about the director too. Dimeji did an amazing job. Like I don't think any other person could have done a better job. He was so calculative and he was so specific about what he wanted, and he got it. And he was also like the editor. He edited it, so you can see how everything came out to be. So I will really, really give it to Dimeji Ajibola. You did an amazing and excellent job. And then talking about the roles now, it was car for me. I was on set. I could see Chidi Mokeme could just, from the first day he came on set as car. I mean, like if Chidi is coming to set right now, immediately he steps his foot from the car and come down. He's no longer Chidi Mokeme. He's Scar. He's talking like Scar. He's acting like Scar. He's, walking like Scar. So like he embodied the role before you could even see what's on the screen right now. So I'm so proud of what he put on the screen because I don't no. Any other person could have taken it, but he embodied the role and he killed it. He delivered it. There wouldn't have been another way. So yes, it was Scar's role for me. And then every other person too, but it was Scar for Bisha because nah. Anyways, again, guys. So somebody said the what she liked about the movie series was the opening scene. And let me remind you that the opening scene, those explosives, those explosions were real. Do you know, like some people even almost got killed on set because of the explosions. They were real explosions. I'll really, really give kudos to Hakim Ife because everybody, both cast and crew, they brought in their A game for this job, and I'm really, really proud. Like my shoulder pad has been so high, like it has been doing me like I should carry a microphone and go and be shouting on the street that, hey guys, I worked on Shanty Town because look at see movie now, see series. I mean, it's amazing. It's really great, and so it was the explosions for me. It was also the car crash for me. The car crash where his car got into a car crash with him and his guys, in the car, and that car crash was also real. They had to bring in people from Kenya, right? Kenya to do that car stunt. So you can see that a lot really, really went into this production. And anyways, you guys will criticize, but this this production, it won't have been another way. But anyways, It was great. So thank you for the opportunity you've given me to speak. Oh yeah. So yeah, that's my own take about Shanty Town. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica. Thanks for both working on it and working in Nollywood to bring us content. We will indeed criticize. We praise stuff here and we criticize. That's part of what we do on here. And as long as it's honest, I don't mind anybody giving their honest opinion. But thanks, Monica. Even your opinion is very much valid. All right. Let's go with Oluwatimi, please. Tell us some of the things you enjoyed about Shanty Town. Timmy, are you there? Timmy is not there. Omolola, please go on.
Hi. My name is Lola. Things I liked. Surprisingly for me, I liked Mercy's acting. So initially when I saw Mercy, I was like, is because I haven't seen her like in any production since, other than music videos, since she left Big Brother, since she won Big Brother Niger. So, and I just thought she was just going to be, I mean, she was still a minor character, but I really thought she would basically have like maybe one line max. But the few lines she had, she delivered better than, some other characters, for example. We're not going to go into the negatives now. But she really delivered on her lines, and she was very convincing. Surely the conversation she was having with with Shaliwa. So that conversation was very real and very believable. It didn't feel like she was just delivering lines. It felt like she believed what she was saying, like this was real, this was happening. So I really enjoyed that bit. There were other things I liked. At the beginning, the story was very promising. Everybody has talked about the opening scene with the bombs going off and the boat and everything. And I think at this point in time where a lot of us are jackbuying, we kind of relate to the sort of how do I put it, the division in families, operating your life, running away. We all run for different reasons. Not all of us are running literally because we feel like we're on that threat, but in some way, a lot of us are making decisions based on survival to leave home. So I think that a lot of us would have connected somehow, one way or the other, with that scene. And I thought they got me from there. I was like, no, this is going to be an amazing, experience watching this and everything. And the other thing I liked in the production, there were like moments of, I know the acting, people have said the acting was average, or some people have said it wasn't that great, but there were very few moments of really, really great acting. One of the moments that I liked about that I can remember is after the entire rape scene thing, and Scar was going to take Inem back to Chief. The desperation with which Ine delivered those, "I beg, don't take me back," those lines, you could see and feel like you. I know what I tried to remember that because it's very traumatic. So I was trying to remember it's just acting; it's not real. But the desperation in her voice, in her eyes, we all know that Ine acts with her eyes. It was very good. It was very real in that moment. That was one moment of like really, really good acting, really emotive acting. The other moment was Ince's character. I don't know why I don't remember the name of the character at the moment. But Ince's character and Scar, when they had their little romantic moment when he was touching up on her, when she was saying when she was trying to figure out when he was going to get rid of Inem, there was a lot of casual sex and nudity in the show, but that moment wasn't just for the for the sake of the shock factor or for the spectacle. You really felt that there was a connection. This is comparing that to every other interaction he had with every other female love interest. That moment was very real. She really portrayed a very intense reaction to him that didn't seem fake or didn't seem like she was trying too hard or anything. It really came across as real. So those were the things that I enjoyed about it. Yeah, the plot had promise initially and it was good. Yeah. So that's it.
Well, thanks, Lola. I'm sure we're going to have some nudity discussions later on, or from the people who might disagree or think otherwise. But thanks for your contribution. All right, Mr. T, please, can you tell us some of the things you liked about Shanty Town?
Hi guys, happy Sunday. I binge watched the show about 3-4 times. I really, really like it. I was like, for the first time, I basically believed the storyline. It was a very, very tight storyline. You can actually think that these things can actually happen. Don't bite my head off, but there's an uncanny resemblance between RMD's character and Tilibu. Someone who has links to the underground world that wants to run for government positions or whatever. That was the first thing I saw when I saw RMD's character in the first scene. When Chidi was kissing his ring. Chidi and RMD were the standout characters in this entire series. I literally looked forward to any scene that he was in it. He was in it. And his ability to shift between English, Pidgin, Yoruba, and Igbo, all within the same sentence and scene was amazing. I could not believe it. In fact, I was having to figure out, is he speaking Yoruba or is he speaking Igbo? Whichever one it is, it was actually very good. I love the fact that formal English, if you can call it that, is on the out in Nollywood and being replaced with the local dialect and Pidgin English. I really love that authenticity. People feel more comfortable with that. Even the scenes are delivered in a more comfortable manner with that. I really liked Mercy Eke's character, even though she was in it only for a brief period. Her Igbo accent really helped her sell the role, to be honest. and it was very, very good. I really enjoyed it. The gore scenes were done right. The axe scene of the killing of Mercy's character, the cutting of the finger, those were believable. They actually looked real. It didn't look like VFX. It didn't look it wasn't done shoddy at all. And that was done very well. I was happy with that. Another scene I really liked was Scar's number 2 and Etim's characters. They played it very, very well. They played their characters very, very well, and they looked very believable. And I'd love to see them in the next series if there's ever one. The lighting was good as well, but I still think that we should please do away with the blue lighting problem. And yeah, it's still a thing. I think it's the first series to come out of Nigeria for a while that I think that is very, very good, and it looked every inch to pass. Thank you. Before I go, Aaron's character was very, very, very good as well. His role, he played the villain very, very well from A to Z, and I really liked it. It's almost kind of a shame that old Nollywood is still in charge because they were the standout characters in this series. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. T. I understand some of the praise going to the actors way. We will. By the way, you can request to be a speaker, or you can drop a comment underneath the space. We will move on to Otas. Otas, please tell us some of the things that you enjoyed about Shanty Town. By the way, if we do, we might have to drop some people just to get some people back in rotation. But please just request back because it's yeah. There's a lot of people essentially. Thank you. Otas, please go on.
Okay, so obviously I like Scar for many reasons.
Name them.
He looked great, I will say that. And there were moments where I wanted him to choke me too, just a little. But other than that, he did really sell the character that he was given. And I think that a lot of the chemistry in the past, like the acting chemistry that he had with Inni, really paid off. And I think their moments probably had the most chemistry amongst all the other pairings. I liked Scar's wingman a lot. I can't remember his name right now. And I even like that he just casually disappears at the end. It's just something about him. He's just very unhinged, but also always looking out for number one. I like the general grittiness of it and some of the casual ruthlessness. But yeah.
All right, thanks, Otas. Always very terse with your contributions. Much appreciated. You see, anybody
Best in timekeeping.
Yes, anybody can request to speak. You don't have to have
now you're wasting the time. Why are you wasting the time? Call the next person.
You don't have to have incredible amounts of knowledge on Nollywood. Just come, say anything you want, and we'll get to you. All right, Timmy, please give us. I know you were on here, and it seems like you lost connection. Lower, Timmy, please give us what you thought about Shanty Town, the things you liked at this point.
Okay. First of all, pretty much everybody has said this. The opening shots, it was really, really beautiful. And when I heard the, I don't know if it was cockerel or something, but the background sound, just the opening shots, the ocean and the greens, it was beautiful. And I could have looked at that shot all day. The explosions, as everybody said, the way at the beginning the mom was telling her two teenage twins that get ready for prayer, and then seconds later someone barges into the camera movement, the way the person entered the scene. I loved it. What else did I like? The font that they used to show us Shangisha community in 2004. I liked that shot. I don't know if that's something to really like, but I liked the font that they used, the red font that they used. The fight choreography, it was okay, I guess. Yeah, definitely a lot of effort was put into it, and I think I really appreciate that as well. The same goes for the visual effects and the makeup. I mean, I'm really not sure if I can remember a lot of Nollywood films that have gotten blood as well as Shanty Town did. But yeah, I was really impressed with the makeup artists. The makeup artists and the people who were in charge of the effects. I really, appreciate them. Another thing that I would say I really loved was the costume. The costume was more than brilliant because I feel like even though all of them were dressing similarly, they also had their respective dressing styles. I don't know if that makes sense. I feel like what they wore kind of gave us a little insight about, each of their characters. So I also liked that as well. Okay, the editing. Yeah, I think someone mentioned this as well. When when Nancy Sime was, enjoying herself in the car and Messi Jackie was getting killed, I liked the editing. I really liked, how they were going back and forth. What else did I like? Okay, at the beginning when at the beginning there was a part of this thing in the episode 1 where the two downfall bosses they came. There was this boy at the back of a downfall boss who removed that woman's wig, and the woman was like, Afana. I like that part. Iniedo was convincing as Inem, even though I have no idea who Inem actually is because Inem was actually Amanda. But then I feel like Iniedu was able to pull off Inem convincingly well, even though we actually had no idea who Inem was. So, okay, what else did I like? Okay, the thing that I loved the most was the fact that I got to hear another language in a Nollywood film. I mean, I'm all for the Yoruba representation and all, but Nigeria has over 500 languages. There are so much more languages that they could, that our Nigerian film producers could represent on screen. And hearing a language that wasn't Yoruba, oh my God, oh. What else? The music. I have to talk about the music because there was this scene where Scar was in the bathtub, he was smoking, girls came around him, and there was this song that they were playing, May nobody cross my circle if you cross. That song was actually an original song that I think was recorded for the series, and I have played that song multiple times because I just can't get it out of my head. Even the entire EP self, it's available on Spotify or Apple Music if anybody is interested. But yeah, I really love the music. I really love the songs. Someone also mentioned on Twitter that the movie is ambitious, and that's another thing that I really liked about the film because yes, it's crossed boundaries, and I think it kind of shows us that okay, yes, Nigerian film producers are actually willing to put in the work into giving us better content. So yes, I also appreciate that as well. I also liked that as well. I feel like that should be. Oh, okay. One last thing. Mercy. Yes, I have never for once taken Mercy as an actress, but wow, that particular scene where she was in the car with Oga Touch and Go and Scar comes and you could see the fear on her face, like, oh, I'm in trouble. The fear, it was so convincing. The way her eyes were. See, honestly, Messi was like the best thing for me. You see the opening shots and Messi, I think those are like the two things that I really loved the most about the first episode. I mean, sorry, the first two episodes, because I think she died in the second episode, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, I believe that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shagun. That is a very comprehensive list. I love for Mercy, and honestly, I don't disagree. When I was watching it at first, I don't think I didn't know that was somebody that wasn't naturally an actor, which I guess goes to part of the reason why she's getting a lot of praise. She didn't stick out to me too particularly as outstanding, but like I get the praise because like she felt that she's not a natural actor, I guess, was surprising to me. Later on I found out that yes, this is not her 9 to 5, but it could have been, it really could have been. Thanks everyone. All right, Dami's put a thread on Shanty Town that I really fuck with. I really appreciate. But like that's something we'll talk about in the bad section, I think, more than most, but like as we're in the good section, please Dami, tell us some of the things you liked about Shanty Town, and then we'll start pivoting because I think that's everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, you pointed out that yes, I did put out a thread, and I have a lot of negative comments, which I usually don't, especially because I know that making things is very hard, let alone making film, and I cannot imagine the amount of effort and sweat that must have gone into making the film. So yes, I do have negative things to say, but I do have some positive things to say, and I'm quite happy that this is how sort of like the space is arranged, where we have a moment to talk about the good stuff. So yes, I really do appreciate the language. Every time I heard I'm not sure what language it is. I think it's Calabar, I might be wrong, but it was very refreshing, and that's a very beautiful language. I don't know how I never noticed that it was, but something about the way it came on the film, in each scene, it just felt so nice. And I think that was one of the few times during the series I stopped at mid episode 4, but watching it, each time they spoke in that language, it felt very authentic, didn't feel contrived, and it gave the film a very strong sense of authenticity, and it was effortless. It wasn't like so like we're trying to be authentic. It just felt that way because of how beautiful the language sounded and how well it flowed between the two actors that were sharing the language. As for the performances, to be honest, I think the role Scar's, the writing of Scar's character was very consistent to me. I think that was very interesting how they were able to pull that off. I also think Chidi Mokeme did the character justice because a lot of his actions, even though erratic, because obviously the role he's taking on is someone who is a bit psychopathic or crazy. But like, even though his actions were erratic, the depth of who he was still translated, so you were able to follow his character. So that was really good. In terms of what else did I like about it? Yeah, I liked the costume as well. The fact that they built their own sort of universe and their own world. It was clear, like the costume played a big role in defining what that world was. And I like that everybody, even though they had similarities in their dressing, they sort of looked different, like they had their sense of personality come out in the costumes. Yes, I do agree that the film is ambitious, but maybe I don't want to go into the negative, but I do feel that might have been a distraction in a way, but because of some of the things that ended up, for me personally, lacking. But I agree with the ambition being a good thing, but I'm not sure if that paid off for me personally watching the film. I also quite really, really enjoyed watching Ini as well, Ini Edo. Maybe because it's nostalgia and I really just miss seeing her on the screen. But I really enjoyed seeing her. Will I say for me that that's her best performance? Maybe not, but it made the film feel more like home to me, seeing her face on the screen. Yeah, so those are my good comments for now. Yeah, so well done to all involved.
Thanks a lot, Dami. We will get to the sections we didn't quite like or agree with. Shagun, please. Sorry, I almost forgot. I wouldn't have forgot you, but yes, please go on with some of the things you liked. And by the way, if you do want to say something, you don't want to speak, you can just either comment under this thread or use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club. Shagun, please go on with some of the things you liked.
Thanks again. Hi guys. So if people know me, they know that me. I'm very particular about technical aspects of film. So and then I've learned that because of everybody involved in making this production, we have to really be careful with the way we make comments and critique the work. So that being said, overall, judging this film with the expected Nollywood standard, it's a fantastic piece of work. I dare say the cinematography we've seen. With every new project, we always improve the cinematography. I've seen a lot of things that have improved over time, especially with the camera angles, over the shoulder shots, and different types of angles that we would normally see in most of this new Nollywood production. I like what they did with the location, scouting, and all of that. Yes, lighting, it was well lit, which was a good thing as well. And everybody knows, especially with how I noticed that they used quite a lot of haze in the lighting to give the lighting more body, make it more volumetric, as opposed to how they normally just flood the place with fog and smoke and just choke everywhere. I think they've improved on that and noticed that it's better haze gives the light rays that come in through the windows and all that more character and all that. I've noticed that they've improved on that as well. And then audio, like everybody that knows me on this platform knows that I'm very, very particular about audio because I feel audio is 50% of your film. If you're not going to take it seriously, then there's no point shooting a film if you're not going to take your audio seriously. Audio, I see that they did a bit of ADR in most of the shots, and then with all the background effects and other Foley sound effects, I think they did a pretty convincing job with that. And then the actors, I think everybody brought their A game as they brought their A game within the space, within with what they were told to do, within the confines of what they were allowed to do. Everybody brought their A game, and maybe save for one or two extras that people didn't pay attention to, and then the accountant didn't do it for me. But everybody brought their A game, especially Mercy that everybody's talking about. For someone like me, I'm always very particular about using people that are not trained actors in your productions. But I'm also of the opinion that if people are teachable, are open-minded, and don't have big egos, they can learn and they can surprise you. And apparently, she brought her A game and she did an amazing job, which I'm very happy about. Everybody, I don't know if some people know, I'm also an INSE groupie. So she did it well for me. And then another thing that really gripped me was the language. I was also trying to, I don't know whether it was ethic or something, but there was just a natural flow. Because I watch Japanese anime, and I don't watch Japanese anime with the English dub. I just watch it with the natural language and I read the subtitles. So the way this came out, it gave me that same feeling. It was not forced. The language just flowed. Even though I didn't understand it, it was just beautiful. I could just sit there and listen to them go on and on and on. If this whole production was just with that language, I'm sold on it. So that was really beautiful, and I hope we see more of that. The editing too. Yes, I think people have spoken about the editing, and yes, the fantastic opening scene, that too was well done, well choreographed. Kudos to everybody involved on that particular thing. Yes, VFX and makeup too was good. Overall, it's an improvement as expected on past productions that we've seen, and I'm happy that all the different departments are taking their craft more seriously as more of these productions come out. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Shegun. All right, I think the people on who are speaking have said most of what they thought. Francis Franca says they're really proud of Mercy's debut as an actor. Impressive. Love it. Beautiful flowers to her. And Ricky says Mercy AK did an amazing job. So a lot of love for Mercy and so for Chidi Makeme. All right, Mrs. C, what stuff you liked about Ricky? Sorry,
Ricky.
Sorry, I was looking at the pinned tweets, which you can do if you don't want to speak. By the way, yes. Also, you can rate us on Nolly Data. It's not up there yet, but it will be by the time we finish this space.
I'll still ask you, is Ricky. But moving on, what did I like? Like a number of people have mentioned, I did like them speaking in BBO. I really like it. I like having Nigerian languages in film. But especially a language that's not one of the big three. It's very nice to see that representation as somebody who is not part of the big three. Then I think this was Nsa's best performance I've seen recently. So I appreciate that. I liked having RMD as a villain. I think RMD consistently has presence. We can't really debate him having presence. He has presence. So it was nice to see him in that villain role, as opposed to Zaddy Loverboy, whatever we've been seeing recently, which, I know most of you don't mind, the fine wine lovers. I think Mercy's performance was also better than I expected, which, was a plus. I didn't pay as much attention later on, but I remember in episode 1 thinking that people's skin looked nice, which might not seem like a lot, but I've seen quite a bit of orange skin recently and just off-putting in our movie. So, I did like how people's skin looked. And the suit Shafi Bello wore in that first scene, did like the suit, but I liked the fabric. The paint spatter was very cute.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Mrs. C. More love for different things, but yes, thanks for mentioning the skin. The BBO language has been mentioned a lot, and I'm glad that it has been, because I'm part of the let's get more of languages outside of the big three. Thanks to the Oscars, by the way. Shout out to the Oscars for. I don't think this is one of those ones that was incentivized by the Oscars, but I think the Oscars certainly has been part of people who have been incentivizing us to go to the route of speaking in more foreign languages. But yes, people's skin look good is part of mine as well. There was a line RMD had about fuck those bastards, or something along this line in Yoruba that I really loved.
It was so good.
I loved it. It felt exactly what I felt the person who wrote on the script would have thought about. Yes, this is exactly how I want this to be executed. It came out cool, suave, and all the things that it needed to be on the script. Some of the camera work I think is very nice. My head goes to that beginning part as well, where there's an explosion, and you have this sort of handheld camera following them, and it's like shaky, so it feels like you're part of this explosion and you're trying to run away with these people, trying to look for shelter. I thought that was really nice, and there's a couple of them as well in other parts of the scenes. It's not by no means it's the whole thing shot amazingly well with visual, amazing visual filmmaking. It's not amazing visual filmmaking, but there were aspects of it that I thought were intentional and came out and helped help escalate the visual performance that we saw on screen. All right, okay, we're going to pivot into the things that we didn't like. Thanks for everyone who stuck around. I see there are some people in the queue. We'll definitely bring you up. Let's just get some people to say some of the things that they didn't like as much, and we'll definitely bring you up. But if you're tired of waiting or you don't want to wait, you can always comment underneath this thread. Use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club, either one, and we'll read out your tweet, your comment, or we'll bring you up to speak. All right. Let's start with Dami. Dami, you put out a very succinct thread about something I was feeling when I watched this. You don't have to get into the thread particularly, but here's your, share some with us some of the things that you don't think sat right with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, like I said earlier, again, I want to be extremely mindful because I made the thread quite impulsively, like watching the series and tweeting. I was live tweeting as I was watching, so I might not have been as careful, because as a creative myself, I genuinely really appreciate, when you can see that the people who are making the thing in the movie are excited. You can see that they feel like they're part of something big, something better, and it was clear from the way they were acting and the choices that were made that was what they wanted to come across. So I really appreciate that. However, I really am concerned about the impact of storytelling in this manner on women as a group. And I do get it, and I can see that obviously the reality is that there are women who live these lives, and there are women who are exploited in the sex industry and are exploited by male pimps, even female pimps, and almost as though their lives are worth nothing, and I have to navigate the world that way. And I know that that is the reality. That said, I do think that there's a way to tell the stories of these women that doesn't reinforce that their bodies or their lives are simply objects. I'm not a sort of like a prude person. I have nothing against nudity. In fact, I think that seeing more of women's bodies bare in movies, in places, often in non-sexual contexts especially, is good, because we're able to appreciate women's bodies as simply carriers of human souls or carriers of human minds, as opposed to simply being things that are engaged sexually. And I think that the world needs to see more of that. So I'm not against nudity. I just, however, think that when nudity is framed in certain ways, it does more harm than good. So to be more specific, I don't think that because we want to tell the stories of women who have to go through some of the harsh realities and this violence, sexual-based violence, and all of these things does not mean we have to be blatant in our description of it. I don't think that for something to be raw and real, it has to be that explicit. I was shocked by how much willingness to show female bodies being violated, being butchered, there was no holding back in depicting that. And I think that was misogynistic. I have to be as blunt as possible. I think it's misogynistic. And I think that Hollywood, for instance, they recently put, I can't remember the movie's name, right? Is it Blonde? The depiction of Marilyn Monroe's life, and puts in this caricature over sexualized version of who she was as a human being. And I remember that a lot of women spoke up against it and said, this is one of the women in history who we sort of revere. Her image is exploited. Anywhere you go, you can find a towel, you can find a calendar, you can find something of her image. And she didn't get a life that was necessarily enriched by her image being everywhere. And even in death, we continue to exploit her image. So I noticed that a lot of people were saying that we wouldn't have a problem with it if it was Hollywood, but I'm saying that we should have a problem with it if it's Hollywood. People have a problem with it if it's Hollywood. I think showing women's bodies in that way, in that manner, it's almost like the bodies were used as tools of shock factor, and it's almost like less, because we can. And I also found it interesting, not like I blame the actress Nancy Isime for coming out to say that the body was a double. I have no problem with her saying it, because of course she will need to say it. Because as a culture, people will slut shame her for showing her body, quote unquote. They wouldn't think of it, oh, she's doing her job. Even if it was her body, it wasn't her body. Like, it shouldn't be a problem. But we live in such a sort of hypocritical, misogynistic society where it will be a thing. And not only will people engage with this as art, people will engage with it almost like pornography. I saw a couple of tweets of people saying that they were going to sort of like wank to the scenes that she came on. And this is just the reflection of the sort of society we live in. And I think that means that we should even be more careful with how we show female bodies. So if we are in a situation where the actors have to distance themselves from the nudity, that says that the culture is undeserving of having our stories being told using female bodies in that way. We're undeserving of it. If we're not mature enough to be able to appreciate the story and appreciate the art without overly sexualizing the actors, without making it what it's not, then it feels exploitative to the doubles, to the people and the women whose bodies were used in the series. And in my own opinion, I would call it gratuitous because I do not see how that story couldn't have been told. That's not my place because obviously I'm not the creator of the story, but it feels as the person watching it gratuitous. Like I stopped mid episode 4 because I was struggling to I was really struggling to watch the movie, the series rather. It was so heavy, and the scene I stopped in, I put off my TV immediately. Like it was so shocking for me and jarring. I guess that's the role of art in any form to obviously create dialogue about issues, but it's again, is the price worth it? The need to express ourselves, is it worth it? Reinforcing ideas that female bodies are objects. Female bodies can we're okay with seeing female bodies go through the most violent things. In fact, I feel like we need to really, really look a little bit deeper, which is why I said maybe the ambition of the movie was a distraction, because it was almost like we'll do it because we can, as opposed to really, really deliberating if it was necessary to do it in that way. There's tons of writing, books, articles about the feminist critique of how women are depicted in horror movies and how it is unhealthy to see women in horror movies die quickly, be killed in the most gruesome manner over and over again, because we live in a world where realistically women are being harmed in that way. We live in a world where femicide is a thing. We live in a world where all these things are happening. Now, translating it and just engaging it for the purpose of entertainment, it seems defeating. Like, I get that the point is showing what is happening, but it's counterproductive. If you want to show what is happening, then do it in a way that shows dignity for the lives that inspire the story. And the way the bodies of women were sprinkled all over the series, episode after episode, there was some sort of violation of a woman's body. There was some sort of violence enacted on a woman's body. There was something of that sort. The scene where Mercy's character was butchered, and like that scene was enough gruesomeness to last the entire series. I mean, if there was just that scene, we will get the picture. We'll get the point that these women live in a society or live in a context where their lives don't matter. We will get it. That's one of the worst things I've ever seen on screen. But I'm saying that even that alone was enough. That would have been what being angry at, but it could have even been a bit more justified and say, okay, it's a really gruesome thing that happens to these women. We had to somehow show it. But it was consistent, episode by episode, men searching women's bodies and crevices, the scene with Ini and RMD where he was trying to do some BDSM, whatever, and it was non-consensual because obviously she wasn't expecting that. Like, it was just too much, too heavy, it was unintentionally misogynistic. And this sort of misogyny, sorry, I would round up now, I don't want to go into a rant, is more dangerous than the one where we say a woman's place is in the kitchen. Like, I'd rather watch a movie where they're saying, oh, woman, that one is easy to argue and critique. This one is a more abstract kind of misogyny. It's not the type that is easy to sort of like articulate and combat. It's more abstract in the sense that you find yourself just as a viewer. The viewer is forced to engage with female bodies as objects to be violated for entertainment purposes. And that I find to be a very dangerous and serious kind of misogyny. And even more so for a culture that is undeserving of female nudity, for a culture that is so immature, for a culture that is so misogynistic, where the actors cannot even express themselves, even in non-sexual contexts, nudity will be sexualized. The culture is simply not deserving, and to now make this such a almost grotesque version of it, the mismatch is alarming, and I found it very offensive. So I stopped the episode. People have told me to go and watch the rest, that there is a redemption arc for the women at the end of the series. But I think that's patronizing. If the effort that was put into the storytelling seems to get towards the part, if majority of the experience is me experiencing women in that matter, it doesn't matter if the climax of the movie or the series, rather, for me, is empowering. That feels patronizing. If it's an empowering series, then the carefulness should have been put into how female bodies were shown and how violence against women was depicted in the film. And to be clear, I'm not against the rawness of it. I think it can be raw, real, and honest without being grotesque and harmful.
Thanks, Dami. I think coming into the space today, I was like, okay, they're going to call us prudes, but because we have been called prudes before, for less, we've been called prudes before for less. But yes, I do want to just a tiny bit of a build up on that, which it doesn't really feel like there's much to build up on. But I think because the problem is not nudity, right? The problem is how it is shown, how it is shot, how it is portrayed. And I feel like for me, the scene where it stands out the most, and there are a few scenes where I thought this nudity is gratuitous and not really adding to the story and the plot. But what I found, the bit where it really stood out to me was that scene where, Shalewa Nancy's character was being searched by Chief Fernandez and his boy, right? This is a scene where, I'm searching you to see if you don't steal anything, right? And one thing that stood out was they didn't even check her bag, right? So there wasn't even the appearance of, this person is being searched, and they're searching her in a humiliating way because of the world she lives in and how it comes up to. Because the first thing you do is search a bag, right? And then, immediately her clothes are being stripped off. And now I don't know if this was intentional or the way it was shot was because they were trying to hide fake the double thing, right? Because they were trying to make it a double. You only see Nancy's face, and then you see the body. So the body was always shown without a face, right? Which adds to, there is something quite dehumanizing about just showing a naked body without a face repeatedly. And then the way the searching was done, the way it was shot, the breasts being moved, what can you hide under a tit except a pencil, right? The way it's being moved, the butt being slapped, right? It was the slap. What are you slapping a bum for in a search? So a scene like that could be showing two things, right? It could be showing something humiliating about living in this world, but the way it was shot didn't bring that forward, right? It could be showing this menacing character, dehumanizing this woman who is not in a position of power, but that is not how it was shot. What it looked like the pace it was shot at, the camera angles, it looked like, look at these breasts, look at this ass. And it wasn't just, it was inviting the audience to participate in that voyeurism of this person. It felt like it was inviting the audience, look at this and look at this as a sexy thing, look at it. And it just really felt gross and unsettling. But yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. C. I guess if this is not too much of a piggyback on the piggyback, is that they got a body double for that. You went out of your way to do that, right? It wasn't hey, it was a scene that they felt we need to do this, so let's get a body double, but let's not search a bag. To me, just watching it, it felt again, I'm not somebody who, showed me all the boobs and ass. I'm a dude, I have the same gross and primal urges that many guys do have, but I am going, hey, at least pretend to make this part of the story. At least make this make sense, right? So search the bag at least, and then search the bag and go, we don't have anything else to search. Let's check, the thing. And but one of the things I always said was sometimes when Hollywood shows that somebody is smacking someone's ass, the you don't even see the smack on the ass. You see the person's face, and then you see the hit, and then you go, oh, look at how that made her feel, right? But like Mrs. C has gone into like the way it was shot, what it it was. If I invited, I was one of the people who were like, it's part of the world, but yes, I completely understand that inviting you, the way it's shot, it does invite people to somewhat partake in, like it's doing it to them rather than showing hey, this is a message. It is partaking into it. And you have to think, is it possible for filmmaking to partake? I guess like one thing you have to think about this is like, is it possible for filmmaking to partake in the sexualization or overly sexualization of people? And like, is it possible for filmmaking to be doing what RMD is doing without a point? And if you think it is, then think about what it would look like. And I think this is exactly what it would look like. Anyway, but other people do have things to say. We're in the bad section. Welcome to Nollywood Film Club. If you want to disagree, please feel free. I would appreciate hands up at this point because I have lost complete track of the people who are meant to be speaking. I want to read a message from Insa. Insa says, thank you for your honesty, and it's valid, Dami. Thanks, Insa, for the message. Otas, please tell us what you want to say.
Hello. So I'm going to talk a lot, which feels weird. But, all right. So starting off, the story and the plot were very much Swiss cheese, not a lot of substance there. The last episode felt very, I don't know what's going on there. It was both chaotic with the random fighting, and you couldn't tell who was fighting who or even why they were fighting at that point. And the ending of it just feels underwhelming. It was like a very lazy, tidy ending. All the bad guys got their just desserts and all the good women win. And it just felt very underwhelming with all the elements of chaos that were laid out. I also had the misogyny in my note, but I'm not going to go into a whole thing about nudity. The nudity was, of course, abused, but what was striking for me was that with a movie with this much nudity and this much sex, we didn't see a single naked man, and that was just so odd. And it does really underscore how gratuitous the use of women was in this movie. There's also the redemption of all the women, which I find it misogynistic. None of the women really had very much. So all the other characters in the gang are really much there they want to be there. They seem to all enjoy the violence and the elements of the world. And so Enna being number 2, especially with Inse, who's just a powerful actress in general, it just felt very reductive to have Enna suddenly be this shrinking character who can't leave and feels forced to be there. I thought her character was much richer before she was like, oh no, I can't leave. But yeah, I found a lot, the dress montage when Femi and Shalewa were getting dressed was hilarious, and I don't think it was meant to be hilarious. The use of split screens was weird. The continuity was weird, talking about Femi and Nancy in the earlier episode. When Nancy first meets Femi at the bar and she does a little cocktail thing, she's speaking English and they're having a conversation and she's able to keep up with the conversation. And it's just weird. A few episodes down where she can only speak Pidgin the entire time, and it just doesn't make any sense. It felt like they were trying to force a stark contrast between them like halfway through the series, and they just didn't think through how they wanted to do that, and it was very jarring. The fashion of the show was outrageous. Kafi's suit will haunt me for the rest of my life. The octopus arms. Someone said the paint splatter earlier looked good. I thought it looked very weird. And then when I thought it couldn't get worse, she turned around and there was a peacock. So that was fun. The outfits, the costuming in general just felt very weird. Scar's outfits, I thought, looked a lot more affluent than Femi. There's the scene where they're both in it, where Scar is wearing this like really rich red fabric, And Femi is wearing like ripped jeans and like a faded black t-shirt. So it was just, the costuming wasn't doing what I thought it was supposed to be doing with selling the characters. The body double, much haven't said about it, but I thought the body double was a terrible choice. It was very obvious. I don't think there was a great attempt to find someone who looked like Nancy physically. Nancy, you can see her. She's a lot more toned. And now that the attention was drawn there, it was really hard to not notice. There were too many people in this, and all of them were competing to outshine each other. While it was nice to see a lot of old faces, it just felt like a lot was happening with all the people. They didn't all blend in together. It was just too much star power. By episode 2, after all the people that were already there, I knew Shola would be in it. And I hadn't seen the credits. I just knew. It felt like the next natural progression. She sort of carved this role out as the gritty, crabbedy, brutal mom. And she's in all of these things now, and I'm also kind of over it. The fight scenes weren't great. There was just something off about the execution. The whole fight scene, I just felt like it was just there to pad episode 6, and maybe we didn't need that whole episode. But that's it.
All right, thanks, Tess. That's not your usual Tess.
Yeah, got a lot of feelings out of me.
That's not your usual Tess. Well, yeah, thanks. There. All right. You can tweet underneath. I think we read a couple of tweets. We're going to read a couple more. Nollywood Film Club. Frances Franca is tweeting. She says Nollywood hasn't crafted the act of showing nudity without making it tacky. I have to agree with that. Maybe Blood Sisters did it okay, but I think some people even had issues with Blood Sisters. But I was fine with the nudity in Blood Sisters. I remember that shower scene where Genevieve and Co had a fight.
Oh yeah, they were problems.
I think some people had a fight because, the people who were nude
it's
were,
the thing of they're very happy to show nudity of people who are no names, and then the people who are names don't, deserve to have their bodies covered. They deserve to have their nakedness covered. Versus,
I think. Yeah, I think that's there's something that can be discussed there that doesn't necessarily have to do with that's not a misogyny or anything like that. That's
it's
just
privilege.
Yeah, that's just privilege. Yeah, for me, which it might be meritocracy at play. All right, okay. So sorry, Ava, please. You weren't here for the good. Feel free to say some of the things that you liked. We're in the bad section now. But feel free to say some of the things you liked.
Okay, hi guys. I liked a lot of things about the show. Full disclosure, I do know some of the people who worked on it, and so I know people say maybe I'm being biased. I'm not being biased. Although I will say something that I didn't like in spirit of being fair. Obviously everyone has said the hit. Chidimokeme was incredible. Everybody's performance was awesome. Of course, I like the cinematography. I do want to say we don't talk enough about music. Okay, we don't talk enough about sound. Someone mentioned it. Kudos to you. But I thought the music was incredible. And from the beginning, the scene where they burst in and then everyone was running with the explosions, the music was thumping, the drums and the bass that came in. It was great. Okay, I had this textural ambient feel that made everything unnerving. Music was awesome. And everyone's going to say, yeah, okay, maybe because you're a composer, at least some people know I'm a composer, and that's why I'm talking about the music. Yes, it is because I'm a composer. I listen to the music a lot. The music was incredible. And I do encourage people that because a lot of people watch the movies, they don't listen to the music. They know how it makes them feel, but they don't really listen to it. Just listen to it. Like, you're missing out on a lot. So that being said, yes, it was incredible. I do want to also say, when it comes to the things I didn't really like, to be honest, maybe, well, in this case, I am biased about this, but I didn't really like the dressing up montage. I didn't really think it was necessary, because for that 30 seconds, a minute, it just felt like I was watching a romantic comedy. I don't really think it really fit into the entire, feel or aesthetic of the show. But I do want to say that I do not agree at all about the nudity or the misogyny, that stuff. You watch some like RRR, watch it. The opening scene is a guy wrestling a tiger. Completely ridiculous. But it sets the tone and it lets you know this is the kind of movie you're in for. So when you see two people doing a very complicated, highly orchestrated, swinging on rope to start on a bridge, you know what you signed up for. And it's the same thing with this movie, right? We shoot a bunch of people in a village. We see a bunch of new chicks bagging up coke and a guy getting a blowjob on the corner. This is the kind of movie this is. If you know, okay, you know what, it's going to affect my sensibilities, it's the beginning. You don't have to watch it. You can pause it and be like, I'm good. I'm not going to watch this. So at the end of the day, it's telling you, hey, man, you're in for a wild ride. And when you see that, you know the kind of movie. So just settle in. And then, you can't really complain about the nudity. And when you say, Nancy Simmons, I think they were just trying to show that the guy probably didn't really care if she stole anything and, just wanted to see her naked because we could see in the show that he is a depraved guy. And yes, if I was a criminal bad guy and a chick was naked in front of me and she had ample boobs, I'd probably squeeze it too, And if I was a security guard and I saw a big butt, I'd tap it. Men are depraved. That's the idea.
Is this where we want to go with this? To just casually admitting that you would sexually harass people?
I understand that,
maybe you should stop while you're.
Hang on. Let the people who are meant to speak. Who is Dim Badamasi? It's Dim Badamasi meet everybody here. It wasn't me. Who did Badamasi meet everyone? All right, okay. But please let Ava speak. We can respond to him. Put your hand up if you want to respond to him, and I'll let you respond. Please, Ava, go on. Sorry. Ava, are you able to unmute yourself? Hello? Can somebody else unmute yourselves? Let me see. Elizabeth, try unmuting yourself. Let me see. You're cool.
I can do that.
Unmute myself.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Ava, I don't know if Ava has lost reception or something, but I guess my
hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Sorry, we couldn't hear you. Go on, please continue.
Oh, wow. I don't even know at what point. Well, anyway, okay, let me round it up because I'm sure some people want to abuse me. Anyway, my point is, I don't think it's that far-fetched. I don't think it's that ridiculous. I honestly feel that if I was a perverted guy and there was a naked chick in front of me with ample boobs, I'd squeeze them too. It's not that ridiculous, okay? And the nudity wasn't you trying to, like belittle women, or it wasn't misogynist. And the other was kicking butt. You know what I'm saying? Like the women weren't just there to just be like all just to show boobs and ass. Do you get what I'm saying? I think we're just focusing on that because somehow, and more abuse is going to come my way, but somehow we as Nigerians, we haven't yet known how to process nudity in our movies. And there was something else I wanted to say. What did I want to say? Oh, yes. I think someone mentioned that it was weird when Nancy Sima was speaking pidgin at the end. Well, I think that's just her just being more comfortable with the dude, liking the dude and just being herself and not feeling the need to form cream cheek anymore. So I don't really think that was weird. For me, it made sense. So that's it for me, basically.
All right. Thanks, Ava. I guess I'm going to go to Elizabeth after this, but like a pushback I had is that you said something about not being able to push, like you can push back on the nudity without like again, like everybody said it. It's not problem with just nudity as a blank thing. People who have pushed back on nudity have said they're fine with nudity. It's how it's done. And in this aspect, you said something about he was a depraved guy. I don't know whether you listened to RMD's speech before, but RMD's speech, he did a whole long-ass story about how a babe who he thought was amazing stole from him, and that's why he was going to search her. That's the whole story that he did before was, this is why I'm going to search you, right? It didn't give because I want to be depraved. Mm-hmm. It's because I don't
How gonna
trust
say he
anybody.
wants to be depraved?
Ava, give you your chance. I know some people interrupted you, but I didn't. But the point was that he did a whole speech. Somebody wrote dialogue about how much they want to show that he doesn't trust people coming about it. Now, I don't know what you want to say about it. If you want to say that
But he's lying.
that's a ruse, then why have you spent I don't know however long that
Building
speech
that up.
was? What's the point in building all of that speech was? It certainly wasn't clear. And also again, we go to how they search her.
Mm-hmm.
Slapping somebody's ass isn't a way to search nothing. I'm sorry for anything.
And
again,
it wasn't RMD who slapped her ass, it was his bodyguard.
Yeah,
so it's not this rich, depraved man. It was two different men. And like I said, when I was talking about my problems with that particular scene, I said there's a way it could have been shot, right? To show that this is a menacing, this is a wealthy, depraved individual taking advantage of this woman who is in a lesser position. But that is not how it was shot. The way it was shot portrayed, look at these breasts, look at this bouncy ass as we have slapped it, look at it, inviting the audience to participate in that staring and that objectification. I do not have a problem with naked breasts. I do not have a problem with asses. I think they are fantastic. It's not a problem of people having a problem with processing nudity. I saw Good Luck to You, Leo Grand, the other day. Emma Thompson was nude, right? I think she said she didn't have a body double for that. That was her. That was a naked body. Mm-hmm. That was a 70-something-year-old woman's naked body. And it was shot in a way that portrayed the journey she had taken in that film of becoming comfortable with her body, owning it, owning her sexuality, getting confident in that. And it was shot in that way. People didn't lose their shit. It's not an inability to process nudity. It is a lack of care in showing nudity, a lack of care in handling female nudity. That is where the problem is. But, by all means, feel free to be fine with the nudity. Nobody's telling you not to be. This is our bad section and our problem with it. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, you're up.
Yeah, sorry. Before Elizabeth speak, I just want to say that there are a lot of people on the request section. So if anybody is brought down as a speaker, there's no hard feelings. We just need to accept new people. Thank you. Elizabeth, you can speak now.
Wait, can I add something to that? Sorry, can I add something to that? Just talking to everybody.
Okay.
As we move forward, let's just remember why we're here. I know a lot of people want to push back on the last speaker right now, but let's just focus on why we're here and just continue. I guess maybe we can leave that until later. Do you get, so that we don't drift off. Thanks, guys.
Okay. I'm next. Shadow,
Yes,
that's your own no. I just want to say that Eva, you have on record saying that you would group somebody. I just want you to know that. Okay, so going into our bad. My bad. What I do not like about Shanty Town. So when I started watching it, I was very grateful. I think like every other person has said, it was promising from the first the scene. So the world building for this dystopian society, I thought it was deftly done. We've seen that in the beginning. And maybe this also brings it back to the fact that this wasn't originally shot as a series, right? So maybe I will call it seasonal movie. Okay. It's not supposed to be. But because it was not originally shot as a series, it shows because the first problem of Shanty Town is the lack of story. First episode for me, I actually stopped after the first episode because I thought it was tedious. I didn't mind that the first episode was world building and introducing characters. I just didn't see what was going on my screen, the synergy of this world that was just being built. Right. So I'm just saying, okay, so it's a dystopian society, drugs here, Ashewo there, somebody just got their freedom here, another didn't get their freedom there. there wasn't exactly some form of synergy or cohesion right there. So I stopped in episode 1 because I thought it was boring. And because I also say this because when you're writing a dystopian, you want to make it based on character. You want it to be character driven. And in the first episode, none of our characters, including Scar, who was sort of like supposed to be larger than life, and the way he was introduced wasn't even that. And so the first episode also didn't have a plot. So I kind of like just dropped that and went away, then came back to it. But I would just say that the opening scene, as promising as it was wasted for me because we saw Scar see in them the first time, and you see that established connection, and you would assume that when using that sort of thing as a plot device, you find out later that it was rather explored with the twin not dying, which was even underwhelming, and finding out dying twin in a hospital somewhere. As underwhelming as that was, it was the audience reveal wasn't so again for me. I thought it was also underwhelming when the only time Scar made mention of that is that I've always protected you, and then that was it. Because this was more like telling rather than showing, because Scar, you've not been protecting her. So unless that protection only just happened from you saying it, and it's weird that in the way that they crossed in that beginning and the establishment of who Scar is and who Inem is, it wasn't explored as some star-crossed lovers or arch enemies somewhere, because even at the end when they were going to off Scar, it was done by Ince's character. So this story, it was so disjointed, and it made me feel sad because I thought that writing a dystopian, especially Nigerian dystopian, where you've already set it, because I've always looked forward to, like, if we were going to depict a dystopian, what would it look like? And Shanty Town looks perfect, even in reality. And I thought, oh, this is nice, but the story was just lacking. I would also say that the characters, another problem I had with it, the characters were hardly multifaceted in the way that you want, or you would think that they should be. It was mostly like they were confused, and you realize that some of the lines written for them is almost as though it was written to shock, like written to draw applause somewhere, and it was so bad for me because, like Ince's character, who is she exactly? Because you can't see her characterization and think that she's this multiple person because she's doing this for survivor, because she's oscillating between being a weasel, a villain, and also trying to, and self. I don't mind that she's trying to do this for self, which, people are not inherently good or bad, but she was selfish, which I also don't mind. It's just that you can't pin her, and for me, that doesn't make her an interesting character. It just makes her badly written, because nothing is clear in who she is or who she really is. And then Narcissus Shalewa being the run-of-the-mill trope, which I do not mind. I'm a romance girl as a genre. I would watch it, see it 100 times. I thought Peter was cute. I thought that meet cute was bizarre. I don't know what's happening there all over African Kinikon. I don't know how that happened, but whatever. But I didn't mind, because I felt like, oh, I'm going to take this trope. And that trope was only pushed because anybody who's seen that characterization anywhere, what will happen next. So the only push for me for that trope was me following it because I've seen that trope before and I really wanted that hint of romance somewhere. So apart from the fact that you just pluck a run of the trope and put it in your story, and rather than fleshing it out or making it sound, you really also don't know what Nancy's motivation was. Also badly done. We know she wants her freedom, so she's doing this for freedom, but she meets this Femi guy whom she spends one night with. We don't know if she liked. She got groped by his dad and his whatever, and then What next? Then Scar says, "Oh, you gotta do this for me. Take this guy. We're gonna get something." Then she went in there, and the next thing we see her doing a giddy dance, dressing up for him, and then that old music video collage, whatever. Don't do that ever again. Let it stop, please. That was just out of no. That was so badly done. It was like a sequence from a music video, and then boom. Why was she giddy? Like, so many things don't make sense exactly in the depiction of whatever it is that was going on between Nancy falling in love, which again, I'm using this loosely because we don't even know if she fell in love with him. So this is me just going with the trope. Again, a trope that you're familiar with. We're just going with the direct destination rather than what was showing us in the movie. So that also, we don't know what's going on there. And then, so the audience review we had two audience review. Okay, maybe more than two here. Audience review being Scar being Fernandez's son, Mommy T probably being his mother. That was also bizarrely done. We heard about his mom being abandoned with him in Shangisha, Kinongwi. And next thing we see Mommy T checking. You know what? The connections are just badly done. I don't know how it was written on paper, but whatever was depicted is just shoddily done. And then for Inem, so okay, that's the second review. The third review was Inem's review. Oh my God, it was tedious. It was tedious because she met at twin dying, and the next thing we see her, she brought out paper and biro, and she was excited to start taking notes. I'm like, get out of my front. Who wrote this? Whose point was this? Where did this happen? Like, I don't know what was happening. It was extremely correlated. It may not look as though, because sometimes the dialogue is another thing. Sometimes the dialogue works. Other time the dialogue is bad. You're cringing bad in other things because you're like, okay, maybe it seems as though this writer wanted it this way for, again, shock value, for shock reasons. I thought the monologues were out of place. If this were the kind of story where the plot was properly fleshed out, the plot lines properly written in, and they were easier to follow in a coherent manner with more cohesion, maybe the monologues would have worked. And I'm talking about maybe Arabi at some point, Shafi at some point, these monologues maybe would have worked. But it just seemed to me like things were moving, and it seemed like they were being forced to move. And so by the time we see some of the plot lines make sense. The guy that was abandoned in Shangisha versus Femi, who is the son, more legitimate. He wants his throne back, yada, yada, yada. Look, if Shafi's character was not in this show, we'll be fine. Scar had good enough motivation to go against his dad or whatever chief was to him. And so bringing in characters, introducing characters, and that's why I said I feel like this is not written it wasn't originally written as a show. So introducing characters and like this just sort of doesn't work. And now because I know people mentioned a lot of the technicalities. I'm sure there's so much to say, and then we've already exhausted the nudity, maybe not enough, but still. But I just want to focus on the story because I just remembered one technicality about the empty bus just now, because I remember somebody saying that was well done. Guy, you could have put mannequins in that bus. That bus was empty when it was somersaulting, and the next thing we see Scar's hand coming out. That was you brought in people from Kenya. You couldn't get mannequins from Oshodi, from Lagos Island, just stick them in. But anyways, that's just that. But I just feel like the story was lacking. That's it for me. That's the major bad. And it was tedious to watch, and I didn't really like it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Elizabeth. I guess something that you touched on that I want to sort of flesh out is there's something about you talked about some of the characterization of the characters. Essentially, is that sometimes we don't actually know the dynamics of the power balance in a lot of scenes. There are a lot of scenes where Iniedo seems like she's a bad bitch and she's going to like control the scene, and there are some scenes where it feels like she's terrified, but there's no method to the madness. It happens with Ince's character as well. Sometimes Ince is like she's not scared of Scar, and then sometimes she's putting her hands in her pockets to like, hey, do your worst, almost like do your worst. And that's a problem for me with it. Sometimes within moments of each other. And that for me is a problem with the direction. And it felt like to too many degrees that it felt like people were left to just try this out, whatever. And I don't think that the vision for this was well understood. I can't tell you for certain, but for me, that's the director's job is, hey, I look at the script and this is what I think the story is trying to say. And you direct it in that way. And having Inse be sometimes terrified by Scar, and sometimes like, what are you gonna do? It's just crazy. Like it messes with the aspects of tension, because the thing with tension is that you establish the rules. Hey, this person is the person who has the most power in the scene. This person is the one that doesn't have the most power. Given this situation, given that this person has more power than this person, there's going to be tension. But when you don't know who has the most power, when you don't know who's supposed to be in control of the scene, when you don't know who can pop at any moment, it's just like the tension is gone. Like you don't know when to feel tensed, or you don't know when to feel a certain way about the scene. And it happens with Iniedo's character, it happens with Insa's character, it happens with even Chidi's character. There's a point where like Chidi Chidi sometimes is like kissing RMD's finger ring from in one scene, and in that same scene he's fighting his bodyguard. What do you think? I don't understand. Like, the respect that you got in your need to kiss a ring for, and then the thing that triggered him to start fighting his bodyguard, it just doesn't compute, and he just keeps on doing that to you throughout, and it makes it difficult to like know. What should I be feeling at this point? What tension am I supposed to be feeling? And that's a thing that was a huge problem for me with this series. Let's go to Omotuju. Omotuju, please tell us some of the things you don't like.
Can you pause someone else? Can I speak later? I'm in the middle of something.
Oh, okay. You want to give somebody else? All right. Okay. Cynthia, do you want to say what?
Oh, okay, yeah. So, I need to start light. First of all, I want to start a petition for us to ban split screen in video editing in Nollywood movies. Like, that split screen at the ban with Nasesime and is it Peter Okoye? It was headache. It was enough confusion. I realized that Nollywood do not know how to use split screen, and TikTok editors can do better. So we need to leave it. Secondly, I felt the costumes were ugly, and it was easy to pick out because they showed us 2004. They're in a Shangisha community. I hope I got that right. And 18 years later is 2002, and I'm seeing those kind of 2022 is 18 years later, and I'm seeing those kind of makeup, the wig, the tattoo, the scars, the mannequin on the floor. And sorry to Timmy, I think it was Timmy Lane that said the blood looked good. No, that blood was poster color. It looked really, really ugly. Then, on a lighter note, I wish P Square did not break up because would have seen less of the half P in movies. And in terms of performance, I honestly think nobody gave a good performance. To me, nobody gave a good performance. I felt every character was disposable. And the only reason we can remember the characters is because they are popular. Okay? If there were faces that were not popular and most of them were used for the roles in this movie, almost every character, almost maybe except Scar, almost every character was disposable. Then I also think the sound design was awful. Sorry to Eva, but I felt someone sat down and said, I can do sensual sound. I can do water sound. I can play Afrobeat. I can shamisen sound. Let me put the sound together, whether it fits in or not. I will show them that I can make sound. That was how I felt the sound design was. Then, sorry to say this, especially to people that like the juxtaposing between Nancy Sexton and Jackie Dead. Yeah, I think it's Jackie. I felt I've seen a lot of sex scene in Nollywood to come to the conclusion that people are deprived of good sex in Nigeria. I think that people think good sex is porn, so every kind of sex thing you see in Nollywood equates to porn, equates to look like porn, and I am honestly tired. Then, sorry to Monica, I think I'm apologizing too much. I did not think the lighting was good. I know there was a lot of work put in to do it, but honestly, it was giving these bisexual vibes. The lighting wasn't really that good. I honestly did not think it fits the movie. Then to support what Elizabeth was saying, this show has no story. Oh my god. This show has no story. And you might not like what I want to say next, but I just felt people gathered and decided to write their fantasies on how to manhandle women bodies. They were like, women are sexual things. I can hurt them, I can fuck them, I can beat them, and I can kill them. But they were like, oh, no, guys. Let's not make it obvious. Let's add some layers. Let's make them prostitutes. Let's make a politician. But you see, because they were so distracted, they were unable to follow any of the layers they added. They were so distracted with, let's not do things that will make people say, Nollywood fit do this kind of thing. That was exactly what this movie was. So somebody writing a fantasy about sexual objectification of women, and they did not know how to continue. So they now came with, let's do things for shock value. So Nollywood people will say, sorry. So the watchers will be like, so Nollywood can do this thing. Okay, so now I don't need to be there to know that this is how everything happened, because I mean we all went to secondary school, and when we read comprehension, they used to ask us we used to answer the question, what's the tone of the author? And we could tell how the author was feeling when they wrote that short passage. So from this film, I can tell that the only thing that was going on was sexual objectification of women's bodies and doing things so that people would say Nollywood fit do this kind of thing. And I saw a lot of tweets calling the Nigerian audience disgusting, they're perverts, they're irritating, they're this, they're that. And to me, I kind of think the filmmakers should have that comment first before the audience, because they purposely wanted to interact with that kind of audience. Now, back to doing things for shock value. I know a lot of people like the Shangisha community opening scene with the explosive and everything. I just felt that scene was, hello everyone, we can do explosive, we can show gun violence, and we can escape through boats to go and communicate inside, and we're communicating inside river. Throughout, for like 5 episodes, we didn't know why the community was attacked. And when they came with, and I was thinking that if they were to abduct women because they want to introduce them into prostitution or put them in their Shanty Town ring, we didn't need such kind of violence. If it was about the chief destroying communities and rebuilding them through contracts, we didn't need such kind of violence. So it just felt like we can do this thing. We feel explosive. People come and see. We can do this thing. From episode 1, like Elizabeth said, she got tired. And honestly, if not for Film Club, I would have stopped at episode 1. I did that for King of Boys season 2. I was not part of this Film Club. I stopped. So from episode 1, we had so many themes. Like I said, they were trying to add layers to cover up the intention. We had so many things. We saw Scar 18 years later. We saw Shanty Town. We saw prostitution. We saw drug dealing. We saw African juju with the King of Boys woman. We saw Inem or Inem's sister, because they later changed it at the end episode. Going for revenge, and everything was just like this in episode 1. They were just introducing character and bringing a different theme, and you're like, what is this movie about? And yeah, I would have stopped there, but because of this, I continued. Okay, and there was also something with this movie that I felt was lazy writing. The writer just kept killing characters. The writer just woke up and be like, let's just kill this character for shock value. Okay, so we saw the Jackie character and they killed her. Then they wanted to make it look like organ harvesting. And really, I also felt a character was killed for shock value. And to the organ harvesting, I don't know how you would butcher someone with us and you would now be able to harvest organ. I honestly felt that a good or a simple Google search on how to harvest organ would have really saved that scene. Then back to the killing. Why did they kill Scarman? Why did they kill Scarman? So I felt the writing was very lazy. They just wanted to kill characters for shock value. And yes, to what Elizabeth said, the car flipping, shock value too. Shock value too. Like, okay, sorry, someone said same movie. The car flipping, shock value too. I did not understand how the car jumped the car that the car flipped, and there was nobody there. And then the kids come in. I also felt like they had a lot of unnecessary talk scene in this film, and they really said they could not cut some scene out, so it had to be 4 hours long. I remember when Scar and Shaliwa was talking in episode 1, I almost slept off. When RMD character was talking about giving us history lessons about Lagos, I actually paused to go and cook food. I was like, no, this is not happening. Over the African zombie. Sorry, I also finished. Over the African zombie writing and talk in the bar, I've just felt like the writer learned something new and decided that we must come and learn this thing. So they had a lot of unnecessary talk scene that it did not make sense that this film was up to 4 hours. Then I also feel they had lack of believability. Okay, so right from the opening scene with Scar getting a blowjob, nigga just stood up. He didn't have to zip off. We saw everybody becoming Kung Fu Panda in this movie. We saw Scar getting an accident because they wanted us to believe that it was in a car that flipped. He was seated, handcuffed. His body was fine. His bone was fine. He was able to find it, even uncuff himself because they dropped the key on the floor. He was able to find himself back to Shanty Town. I don't even know. Even the that they were doing when they were fighting. I also feel the fighting scene was disorganized. You did not know who was who when. In fact, I don't even know. You don't know who was who during the fighting scene. I don't know. I just felt this movie was empty. Like I felt nothing. When they introduced Scar as the bastard son, I was like, what do you want me to do with this? When Inem came, I was like, the sister survived. I was like, rubbish. We saw the sister being shot through her heart. What are you people doing? When they were doing cliffhangers from cliffhangers, I was like, this cliffhangers is not hanging. Okay. So I just felt like my summary was like, I just felt like they just gathered and wanted to sexually objectify women, and they decided to start adding a pinch of layers that they could not follow. And at the ending, they got confused and was like, oh, let's bring in too much wow factor. I'm concluding now. Let's bring in too much wow factor. But the thing is that you could tell that this had no story. And I was in doubt, but yesterday when I listened to their Twitter spaces inside Nollywood, nobody that worked on this production could tell what story they were addressing. So yeah, I'm taking my belief. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks, Cynthia. Again, feel free to post a comment if you want to join the conversation or request to speak. Nobody. Francis Franco says nobody's talking about the cute monkey in the opening scene.
The monkey was cute.
The monkey was cute. Okay, all right, all right. Nduka says my biggest dislike, aside from the tasteless nudity, are the monologues. Everyone gives big, high-level speeches. Does Chief Fernandez give a big speech to every single girl that sleeps with his son? Seems tiring and waste of his time, honestly. It's a good point. Best African Actor says there's no way they would have shot that scene that you people won't complain. That I'm very sure of. We all go about saying we don't have problem with nudity, and when nudity is portrayed, we complain. It's confusing. It's true that we will have problems with processing this idea. I would say Juju Stories had some form of nudity. I know it wasn't complete nudity with Nengi Adoki, and nobody complained about that. Blood Sisters, I remember that space. I don't know if people had problems with it. I certainly was one who defended the use of nudity in it. It was like I said, it was the shower. A fight in the shower scene is something that I've seen done in many films. And like it didn't seem to me like it lingered particularly too long on or was trying to be perverted or go, hey, look at, we got nude people or something like that. I'd have to rewatch it. I know some people disagree with me on there, but I don't feel the same way as I do about the nudity in Blood Sisters. I think Blood Sisters might be the best we've done nudity with. I did Oloture as well. Yeah, Oloture as well. What did good with it as well. Actually, yes, that's a good point, Mr. C. Oloture also did well with it. So there are times where we've shot nudity where we haven't had an issue with it. It's up to you to pick. Even if even if we've been bad with it all the time, we've been bad with sound almost through all of our Nollywood films. Like it's just a different thing tool we are bad with. We're bad with sound generally in Nollywood. The people go, hey, why are you guys always complaining about sound? Well, I guess practically because I've stopped complaining about it because we just be bad with it almost every time. But, that's a possibility. So it's just not a pushback, I don't feel, that, hey, you guys always complain about nudity. Again, if you listen to the arguments that have been made, that's the thing. I think the pushback that have been made are not addressing anything that the people who have had to say, both Dami, both Cynthia, whether it be Elizabeth or Mrs. C or myself, have said regarding nudity. We've all said there's nudity we can, I think most of us anyway have said there's nudity we can actually deal with. And this is just not it. But so if you do have a problem with any of the arguments we're making, do try to address it as opposed to just going, hey, you guys don't like nudity because it's kind of boring. It doesn't help us go anywhere. It doesn't further the dialogue. But thanks. All right. Okay. Jobu Tapaki.
All right. I just want to quickly adopt what the other speakers have said. I don't really have much to say on that. I just want to speak. I remember you mentioned in November that we did a space. I went to go and re-listen to that space. I did not see one person complain about Nengi Adoki's nudity. There's so many times, and I feel like it is very, very annoying when people talk about how women's bodies are handled in this film, and people like Ava come and sort of make it into what is not, or try and make you look like a prude, or, oh, it's only Nollywood. September 2022, Blonde, Andrew Dominic's Blonde came out. Go and check the critics and all they said about how he directed that film and how Ana de Armas's nudity was just the objectification of Marilyn Monroe, especially as it was made up. Go and check what they are saying and go and see if it's only Nollywood that is doing it. Because honestly, it's getting sick and tiring of how everybody's, oh my God, we're so, like, Nollywood watchers are so prude. You guys can't handle this. Like, don't piss me off. Like, what's that? And every single time, it is almost like it is done without nuance. You guys don't even listen to what people are saying. And that's the problem. That's the actual problem. With, like, it's like, oh, but when it's Game of Thrones, oh, this, like, please. I just want to say that next time, especially Ava, because Ava is the major culprit of this thing. I don't know what he said. I don't know. Didn't make sense. Anyways, I just feel like you guys need to actually listen. Because it's not just everybody's trying to be a prude. It's not only Nollywood. Go and check what they were saying about Blonde. Go and check what they say about certain Lance von Trier films. Maybe you don't know, go and check. So please, all these things, like even the tweet you just read out now, like, please, guys, please. It's very, very annoying. When a lot of people, when women are even saying how they are portrayed, come on. Which Hollywood film have you seen that people are like, they're just random naked women counting money there, like nothing, like they're just there for nothing? Even the way that they speak about the extras, like, oh, he's an extra, oh, he's a body double. Even the caption itself, I really found like it was as if it was, okay, don't objectify me, because, we're in a society that is, that doesn't like all these things. But, the body doubles, I mean, might as well. Come on, guys, come off it. I mean, like I said, that's really what I wanted to say. Like, I've been listening. And I've been like, please. You are not the first to see naked people is on the screen. For you to come, please. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe Tapaki. Cool name. I do have to say that I think American Gangster, maybe, I haven't even seen it, just in my research for this. I remember, because in my head, American Gangster is the one that does this thing where women are nude packing drugs, and the point of it is that if you do it like this, you can't steal it. You can't have anywhere to stash your the things that you're stealing. I've seen it in a couple of movies.
Yeah.
Well. Yes.
I mean, but I do have to say that even though I've seen it in a few movies, I remember it sticking out because when the show started, I was like, yeah, I've seen this in other movies, but it doesn't have this lighting. First off, like, it's usually like a harsh, stark light. People are in like white or beige, ugly underwear, and there's nothing even remotely sexy about it. It's just kind of grim and ugly.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with that. And so in American Gangster, I remember there is the color grading there is quite beige. Like, everything looks like almost brown with the rest of everybody's skin. And yes, the point isn't their nudity. The point is that they have to be that way. So it's just a tool, right? The tool there isn't, hey, see breast, yes. Right? The tool is, this is what we can do to, essentially, this is what we need do to women because we don't want them to steal from us, right? Like, and we're fine doing it. And yeah. So I'm happy for people to push back, but again, please do listen to what people are saying. I'm trying to do my best to host this thing as much as I can. All right, okay. Anika, before I go on, please, let's keep it as concise as possible. There are other people waiting to speak. Anika, please go on.
Okay, I feel like that's directed to me.
It's not. It's just that the last few people. Please go on.
It's okay. So many people have said so many things that I agree with about the movie, because somebody was yelling that it's not a movie, it's a TV show. About the TV show that was originally recorded as a movie, but then made into a TV show. Because I listened to the space, right? And the reason why I asked the question of like, what was the plan? What was the notion? What you want to do? What you want to see? And in the end, Ini was talking about these things being real and all that stuff and all these things and all that. Yes, yes, indeed, it is real. Yes, indeed, the world is real. But there's something I want to counter about. Many of the things that we see in movies, even if it's talking about real things that happen, it is made up. Like The Godfather, the kissing of the hands. The guy that wrote the book that The Godfather is made, he didn't want to spend time with gangsters and made everything up. Even when the filmmakers wanted to go spend time with the gangsters, he told the filmmakers, don't spend time with the gangsters. Why would you want to spend time with this? All it's all made up. The idea of the women, it's made up. And I get that this movie is made by women, and I don't want to nothing. The thing is this: they want to talk about prostitution and people prostituting people and all that stuff. It is indeed a big issue in Nigeria. It is a big issue all over the world. Prostitution is a big issue all over the world. It's not just only in Nigeria. Even in countries, even in Western countries, it is a big problem. But the thing is that the movie, as I agree with Elizabeth in our analysis of the storyline. There are many times in this movie, in this show, that you could think that there were moments of brilliance, like Scar's motivation. If this was made as a TV series, an actual TV series, you can go into Scar's backstory. You can go into even a name and not even have like the character a name die and actually get into the interaction between both of them. Some of the dialogue that was written for the characters were horrible. Were horrible. It was horrible. It's like, why are you talking like this? And it feels like when the story, it feels disjointed because they seem to be skipping to the next big spectacle, It never lies in one part, but it does lie in the part of nudity. And the reason why nudity is important to talk about in this, because people, as one of the goals apparently, if I can ascertain, is to talk about women being used in this way, right? And we don't give the women respect. We don't give the women respect. The women in this movie that have agency is Inem, who is actually Amanda, who is actually Amanda, and she was adopted. She's not a woman who is within like the prostitution something. She's from up high, you know. It's kind of like those our Western feminists come to like third world countries and start talking about feminism for third world women. Oh, you don't know you're being punished. You don't know that you're in struggle. I will tell you how to something, and they have not freed themselves in their own countries. Better get out of here. It's none of the women who grew in it are the women that took it, but we can use their bodies. And even if we talk about production side, the extras, the people's bodies who have face that we see are people. They're never going to become actors in something. I don't know who they are. Even the woman that they cut off, I don't know any of these things. So what is this story trying to tell me? Let's even talk about Shafi Bello. Nobody has even talked about Shafi Bello's character. Shafi Bello's character I didn't even know she was the governor until the end when I was reading the something. This is how bad this thing is. And our dialogue was horrible. I don't know whether it's an acting or the dialogue. It was horrible. Just terrible. Just terrible. It was like the scripting for this, and I'm kinder to Cynthia. I'm a little bit more kinder. I think that they genuinely wanted to write a story let's support this something. But when you want to write that story, and I also think they had the goal of like saying Nollywood can do this type of thing. And the type of thing that they picked up from Western media, because I think this is a lot of things that has to do Western media, because it's the thing that popularized filmmaking across the world. So we've picked up a lot of things from it, right? It's when you're going to tell stories about supposedly gritty places, we always have women body be the body of violence. In fact, I am not for anybody to call me a prude. Excuse me. I watch horror movies in America. I watch all this something. Are you kidding me? Please. I have seen much worse violence and much cruelty. All you just have to do is watch Hollywood, man. You will see even if European stuff. You just have to watch it. You will see much cruelty. This level is level 1. But people would still ask that same complaint of like the violence is on the woman's body. And you say this is a why is the woman only the one getting most of the violence? Why are you lingering in the way you take the body of the woman? Because I people sometimes don't know the few languages that they use that they have adopted comes from many older forms of film of language, right? You're talking about nudity, about women's nudity. Nudity, like what is it before movies? What are those paintings, right? Those paintings of nude women. They were also partly pornography, okay? You see them hang on the loo or everything. It was also partly pornography. And usually the women are exotic women from far off places, the Orients, the North Africa, all those places, far off places that are naked and ready for your presentation. And of course, because we grew up, we want to be like the Western. We take their stories, we put it into our something. We take their things that they've done and we put it into it. You could tell this story without even the necessity of nudity. Also, what makes you think that women count in drug films, in drug laws, something? A lot of the women are naked and counting. I'm so sorry. That's a pimp. Those women are prostitutes. This is because people don't really know the underground world. You watch movies that makes you think that's what the underground world is like, but the movie is lying to you because those people are not going to actually go meet those places because those worlds are actually dangerous. And it's actually more complicated than most people actually think it is. And for you to come here and then start to talk, and then for you to, when somebody is pointing out nudity in that way, or saying that even the story itself is I get the production something. I get what Ava and all of I get it, and I'm giving it to you guys. Yes, as production for Nigeria, yes, get it, got that. But that goal took more precedence over the goal of actually talking about prostitution and talking about prostituted women and how we should give freedom to prostituted women. But no, we are giving freedom to prostituted women. We are the ones looking down upon them. We are the saviors of them. We are the ones that feel good when we do, but we still do unto them the people that we say we shouldn't do unto them. Like we're still treating them like the pimps treat the women. Their body is for our glorification. And most of the people that we're talking about, let's also now talk about the production. Most of the nakedness that we see are not the actresses, and not the people with name. They're not those people with name. See, again, that's another issue of privilege. And not the people with name. We enjoy it. We are beating it. We are bucking it. We're bugging if we are private. Okay, that's true. But when somebody is pointing that out, and people are pointing out your artistic choices, don't come to me and tell me this is not an artistic. Oh, you're not accounting for artistic choices. Everything has consequences, and I'm criticizing your artistic choices. I'm responding to it, so I'm taking it into consideration. And I'm telling you what you said you want. This is the goal you want. This action does not provide that goal. So the show works well production-wise for Nigeria, I guess. Yes, there are some issues with the production. Good. But the art of it, the something of it, I'm so sorry. That part of like saying we shouldn't take advantage of women and women's bodies, that didn't really go well because the movie, I mean, it was shot as a movie. The production itself, what we finally see, the final cut says to the audience, take advantage, do the exact same thing about to the women.
Okay.
There is no characters here. The people that even get the glory, the woman that actually fights for something, she was never a prostitute. Was she raped by that man? Yes. Sad. It was sad. It was bad. Okay. But again, she doesn't even get her life living in this life. No, she can get a way out. We can connect to her because she's Amanda. She has a good job. She is not of that class. This is also about poverty too. Again, this is also a class something. She is wonderful. We don't even know why the community was born too, by the way. We only get that at the end. Again, a disjointed story because
Come on.
it's for spectacle. I'm about to finish. It is for spectacle. It is low-hanging fruit spectacle. And many movies do that. And there's nothing, I guess it's many movies do that. It's part of the way movies are working. But don't come here and say that you're more than what you are. It's just a typical movie or a typical entertainment something. Congratulations on the production though.
All right. Thanks, Ike. Congratulations. All right. I just want to read a couple of people who sent in their comments. And the guy says, need Nollywood to do a movie or series where they show a man's penis. Show us naked men, or is it just women's bodies that can be nude? Yeah, I mean, like, I guess for the women, I like naked women, but anyone who likes naked men, go ahead, do it, but like, still do it right though. That's actually the contention, isn't it? Babatunde says, I lived most of my life in Nigeria and on the streets. I never for once saw anybody or people fight like they did in episode 6 of Shanty Town. Who fights martial arts in Lagos? It's monkey see, monkey do filmmaking. Understand where that is coming from. Still Human says, Cynthia speaking for everyone because what really is the story here? Torara says, Shafi Bella's character was needless. Obina says, I don't quite agree to the comment about split screens. If you despise it, give us technical reasons why it doesn't work. Split screens are used in Hollywood and it works. We need technical reasons. Happy to do that here. And then we'll invite Obina to speak. So like with the split screens, the issue with it is that it's pointless. Like usually when you do a because like split screen is necessarily breaking the fourth wall, right? You're doing a thing that that is showing people, like you're showing two different places at once, right? You're sort of taking somebody out at once. You should have a reason why you're doing it. So like we see it sometimes you're trying to do it at different places or telephone calls, that kind of thing, or at least trying to show different places. When you do a split screen of different of the same shot of different places, especially in a place where in a show where it's supposed to have this very serious tone, it feels off. I don't mind it in a comedy if it I don't mind it in a comedy because again, it would still depend, because what's the point of the split screen is essentially what I'm asking. Why are you doing it? Having a split screen of the same thing with different shots, sometimes almost the same shot, but slightly different camera angles, just feels gratuitous and unnecessary. And it just feels like you're doing things for different reasons. There's a time where there's a split screen, and because of the split screen, the aspect ratio for one is different, and the aspect ratio for the other one is different. It's like, all right, you're just, you haven't really thought about the conditions of which you wanted to apply the split screen. All right, but it's a good question, Abina. I'm going to also give you the mic to say either what you liked or what you didn't like about it, both. Abina, if you're there, go on.
Oh, yes, I am. Oh, thanks, Mr. C. Hi, everyone. So, yeah, I mean, about the split screen thing, I quite agree with what you've said, but this thing, I think to a large extent, I think sometimes it's about drawing parallels sometimes. I think to a large extent, there's some shows we watch and it's something that is artistic. It's an artistic choice sometimes, but sometimes at the end of the day, it's about drawing parallels between two actions, cause and effect. It's about procedural sometimes. I felt that the split screen scene between both of them, sort of.
Sorry, Vina. I don't mean. Sorry, Vina. I don't mean to interrupt,
Yeah.
but just because you could go on a thing where we're not talking about what was actually shown. The split screen was actually of the same shots.
Oh, yeah.
What we're talking about. Hey, this is a car from the front. This is a car from the front, but slightly to the left.
So
that kind of thing.
So what I was even going to say was that I don't quite agree. So I said, like I said, there has to be some intentionality about it. I don't agree to using it for showing the same shots. So I agree with you. And I think the issue about aspect ratios, because if you're going to use a split screen, measuring your dimensions, it has to fill, whether it's a rectangle or whether it's a square, it should fill it up. So the aspect of having different aspect ratios is actually a thing, and I quite agree with you. But I think that for the scene with Shalewa and Femi, this expectation, okay, they've had amazing sex and they're going to see again, and you are sort of building up to that meeting again. I think it kind of works. But that aside, I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. But when I said petition to ban split screen, I know I mentioned the bar scene, and I also replied you about zooming in on the same bottle we're seeing on the scene.
Yeah.
Both Shaliwa and Femi were communicating, and the only thing the split screen did was to obstruct their communication.
Yeah.
It was not needed in the bar. I know I said petition to ban, especially in the
so
bar.
I think I was even typing response to you before Mr. C got me up to speak. I quite agree. It's sort of, like I said, showing parallels, showing preparation, showing procedurals, they're preparing to meet up at this great time. But I also felt that it wasn't also done properly. So I think maybe the way to look at it is, if you're not going to do it right, then don't do it at all. But I still feel that split screens can work if you actually know what to do and how to do it. So I've waxed lyrical. For people who read my tweets about it, I've waxed lyrical about a lot of the production value, which I think was great, and all that, which I think was really good. I think the characterization in terms of how the character, a lot has been said about how people didn't like the story, people didn't like some of the lines they were reading and all of that. But I felt that from the main character's point of view, I felt he was really immersed in his character. The fact that, and I think one thing that got to me was the fact that he was this really bad guy, but also doubted himself. I felt that's some level of depth. Now, what did I like about it? I feel, just like we've said, that people like the BBO speaking, I felt, which was authentic, which was really natural. I had a problem with the cast of Peter Okoye, because if you're going to play Yoruba guy, let it be you. So that at the end of the day, it's authentic. It's authentic. It really bothered me because I liked how he was going. When I saw him and introduced himself, and the moment he said Femi, I said, okay, no, this is not right, because you see his father, well-spoken, polished, rich, diabolical, polished and all that, but speaks well, sounds well. You would expect his son to sound the same. So that bothered me, and I reached out, the producer as well, so I reached out and she mentioned to me why that happened, that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, I feel that, if your authenticity matters, when you're trying to, get this kind of roles, if somebody's going to play a role representing a particular tribe, it should be somebody, or even if you get somebody who can speak the language, because it should follow in the script. If you're a son of a rich person who speaks really polished English and it's well, it should reflect, those things matter, little things like that, I think that, I think again, the spectacle of the martial arts were good, but I think it lasted for too long. There are parts that, it's almost as if it took your attention away from the story, because at the end of the day, even if there's chaos, there's a narrative that's still running within the chaos, and we should stay with it. But at some point, it became about martial arts, abilities, and who could outdo the other. At some point, I felt it became somewhat distracting from what the story was, or what the story we're trying to reveal here, that kind of thing. I felt that went on for a little bit too long in terms of the martial arts. I also think that the resolve was a bit too, by the time we got to the final episode, maybe some parts of the the fifth episode and sixth episode, we're now on this 100-meter dash just ended, and I felt it was a bit underwhelming. We had built up this whole thing, and here we are, just rushing down to just put it to an end. I think that a lot more could have been put in terms, a lot more thought could have been put into how the whole thing would have been resolved. Because I think how you started very strongly, that scene and Shangisha and all that, then you start with that, and I know that there's a lot of misgivings about the middle, And when we now get to the end, it just peters down, and I felt that it wasn't really strong enough. That's something that really, I think, weighs a lot on the grand scale of things for the series as a whole. But I think that looking at it from a wholesome perspective, it really a lot of work went into the production. I think I personally like the set design. I feel that it worked. Nothing felt out of place. We have to give them kudos for the level of detail that we saw in production, in terms of cinematography, in terms of the lighting. The gaffer work was really great. I don't quite agree with Cynthia about the work, but I think that the lighting and the gaffer work was really good. I had asked a question yesterday why we use Jonathan Covell, and who's a South African DP, and I think Ini explained that she had worked, and it was a personal preference, that kind of thing. I think we need to get to the point where we trust our own people to actually prove, because we have really good people here, and I think. I was having a conversation about somebody with a film friend of mine, and I was telling him, look, the truth about it is that yes, there are challenges, there are problems. We've enumerated a lot of them, especially around character development, world building. I think the only way we're going to get there is by doing. We have to keep doing it until we get to that point where, and it cuts across everything, how we interpret nudity. I mean, all the hot burning topics we've raised concerning Shanty Town. I think it's only going to get better once we continue doing, listening, like we've said about, we've said here, we need to listen. And it's not just from listening for a particular thing, everything, how do we tighten characters? How do we create better arcs? So I just think at the end of the day, it's really, there's a lot more work to be done, certainly a lot more work to be done, but it's only going to get better by doing and doing. I think that Shanty Town is good. It's good work it's not great, but it's good work and it can be better done. And I think that, we're getting a season where, every point, there's scrutiny for every point of production. We're not just, nothing is slipping through the cracks anymore. Everything is up for discussion. And that sort of puts the burden on the filmmaker to put his best foot forward. So those are my comments, so thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Abina. I guess it's something I want to elaborate on, and that is so I understand what you're saying, and I agree that Nollywood will get better by doing these things, and you do have to you're gonna have to make some probably not great great films before you get to you kiss a few frogs before you get to your prince, right? And I understand that. I guess especially from a Nollywood Film Club perspective, we talk about films every Sunday. It comes a time a lot of the people who are making giving their opinions on here have been saying the same thing since we started this, and it seems like no one is listening. It's not just it seems like no one is listening. It seems like no one is, even if you're not listening, it seems like nobody's building on top of what they have already put forward before. And I actually understand why this seems so, because I understand our industry isn't as industrialized as we would like. People aren't building on other knowledge that has been established. A lot of people, when they start these things, they were like, hey, first time producer, or first time this, or this, all right, so how do we do this? And it almost feels like starting again. But it's a problem because we do a thing every year where we go a space every year. We just I'm tired. I don't do Nollywood, and the most common rhetoric, the most common feedback we get for people who decided that they don't do Nollywood anymore, is that they just got tired, they got fatigued. So imagine us who were dedicated to speaking about Nollywood almost every week. Yes, I completely understand Film Club's perspective that it just seems like nothing is moving fast enough. I guess also on the other side, the thing that Film Club people might try to understand is that it's not like these people saw the last film or the last thing we talked about and understood it. It's like everybody's kind of doing their own thing. And maybe, I guess if we can say now, if any of those next production does sort of same mistakes, we can go, hey, what happened? We spoke about this and all of that. But I understand that point.
Sorry, let me quickly say, I have a very valid point. It's almost as if so much is being said in detail almost every time. But what I'll say is probably it's, I don't know if it sounds like a cliche, but I'm just going to say it anyway. 30, 25 years ago, I don't think anybody believed in the music industry that it to be. Well, we were talking about Snoop Dogg inviting Terms to do collaborations. And I mean, if anybody said that 25 years, 30 years, would have laughed the person silly. My point here is that, it's a journey. And look, there is so much focus on trying to do good work in Nollywood. That's what I think. I don't think that anybody goes out deliberately to make a bad film. I believe that people are genuinely trying to reach this silver lining, to cross this Rubicon. And the truth about it is that, what I said during is that, I mean, these guys have, we have insights here, a bunch of people are here listening, the producer is my friend, I've given her feedback. When they want to do this again, I believe that people are listening. They've listened to what people have said, and they'll try and build upon it. A lot of people in the industry are doing their best. I believe we're going to get to that point where we would say, okay, finally, we have one thing. I mean, CJ's at Sundance. I mean, if anybody said we'll have a Nigerian film or a Nigerian filmmaker at Sundance 10 years ago, we would laugh. But that's where we are. And what I'm saying is we have to keep believing and keep working at it. That kind of thing. Keep working at it, And what I also say is, for those of us who have a burning desire for film, I think that if some of us try to make a film, and put in our own resources and stuff like that, we can actually achieve some of these milestones, to be honest. But I think that, it's going to get better. It's just a question of time and being deliberate, intentional about doing it right. It's just a question of time. And we're going to be talking about what we love about Hollywood and probably less of what we don't like. But it's a journey. And like you said, it's an emerging industry. We're still learning. A lot of things are still in its infancy. But where there is a will, there's a way. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Obina. As long as the journey goes forward, that's, it's a journey, don't mean it's necessary going forward. And that's what, I guess from our perspective, we're not sure of. And, we're hoping it is forward and all of that. But yes, I completely hear you. Thanks for your contribution. All right. Fida, please go ahead, and then we'll have Vanessa. Nice to see you. You'll be next.
Okay. Hi. Wow. Tedious space today. My first thing for the dislikes, right? No, I want to first say that what most of the ladies have said, especially Dami, I loved your thread, by the way. I think they've said what I wanted to say in terms of nudity, objectification, violence, and misogyny. So thank you so much for that. I'm just going to say what I wrote and then just go through all of that. So the first thing was I definitely didn't vibe with how they thought of taking down Chief Fernandez by playing that video of Inem's rape at the party. I was like, is that ethical? Is that how we're going to do that? So that didn't sit well with me. The ending scene when they each stabbed Scar and said for freedom, I was like, I really wish that banged, because at that point my mind was like, oh, I think this is what the film wanted to be about. It didn't have a straight line in terms of story for me. It seemed to be a combination of stories somehow connected to Chief Fernandez. And the time when Scar limped back into the Zanga, that was the first time I knew that there were women living in the rooms along the corridor. Never had we been hinted about that before. I wanted to say that I would have said that this was Scar's world and we were all just living in it. It took 3 full episodes for us to see Inem again after she returned to Shanty Town. And the fight scene more or less focused on Scar. It didn't feel like a film about the women of Shanty Town. That's how Shalewa's mixology dreams never came into play again. So it seemed that info was set up for when she mixed the African zombie for Femi. No development on who Shalewa was as a character, no showing of her character beyond what was told to us. Femi entering the scene overshadowed any personal storyline she may have possessed. I would have loved to see some developments with Inem's character in relation to the girls and Mama T. Yes, she was on a mission, but if these were the women she wanted to save, why didn't they show more dialogue with them to hear their stories and humanize them? It seemed as though in telling their story, we saw them just the way they are portrayed externally. There wasn't a deeper dive into the sex workers behind the scenes. There was no depth in their stories. The fight scene was also so long, completely placing more focus on Scar's fight. While Inem's fight, although he had good moves, seemed to be an afterthought. I totally forgot that Inem was fighting, and they gave her that wig, and it was like, who is this woman that is fighting? Totally forgot that. The fight scene with the two random men was odd. It seemed like there were two stunt doubles showing their moves. No one knows where they came from. It even looked like the location of one of those Tekken or Dead or Alive games. I was laughing. When Scar injures his right arm in the final fight to the point where he can't really move it, he forgets that's his right arm and uses that same arm to hold the bodyguard's face, switching the wound to the left arm instead. So I noticed that. Gruesome scene with Chief and Inem. In fact, I was disgusted and destroyed. I don't know what else to say. I literally found myself dissociate and freeze while watching that scene. And a part of me was like, you can skip. I was like, no, I'm frozen in my body. And when the scene was over with Inem on the floor and my soul came back into my body, I just knew that I wasn't going to be the same again. It brought me all the way back to the acting of like old Nollywood, in the sense that it was like solid enough for me to feel like I'm going to mute on my thirst for RMD for a while. Thank you. I lost it and came back during the scene in which Shalewa was stripped and Chief groped her. Once again, I really didn't like the objectification of women in this series, even if it was meant to be realistic to the environment. I felt like they were violating. And when I saw what I thought were Nancy's breasts, I lost it again. The bodyguard tapping her ass, I collapsed. I could not deal with my disgust and my violation. Later on, hearing about the whole body double issue and all of that, for me, it just made it clear that the people that didn't want to focus on the film wanted to focus on that instead, and I'm glad that their fantasies were disrupted. Next one. When Scar threatens that he would rape Shafi to show her, that language was very disturbing. The scene where Scar gropes Jackie all over you, the auction, scarring. Once I heard auction, I was already frozen. Both were triggering and violating scenes. I found myself feeling tension towards those scenes because I could see how they were catered more to a different audience. I didn't like the filming of the girls in the auction scene, and I found my thoughts oscillating between this is meant to be realistic and this is over the top uncomfortable. I just didn't like it, realistic or not. It wasn't comfortable as a viewer. The fire and smoke in the African zombie drink, half and half. Chief's glasses looked plastic and cheap, and you could tell. Nudity, we've already spoken about that. I wrote sensationalism. I can half understand the perspective of trying to be realistic of the environment they're portraying, but for me, sensationalism is what came to mind. And personally, I don't think I'm ready to be seeing nudity on screen just yet. I remember my confusion with Blood Sisters and asking why that had to be a thing, but less nudity is more of my preference, unless absolutely necessary. The violence towards women in this series, I found it intense. Although it was made to show exactly what the women of Shanty Town go through, quote unquote, I allowed myself to feel how watching that made me feel, and I didn't feel good. And honestly, it just reminded me of when I watched Blood Sisters again, and I saw that scene of Mr. B punching Kemi, and I was like, why are so many of these films that I'm seeing on Netflix by Nollywood portraying this strong violence toward women? The last one for me was the opening scene. I'm really not a fan of violence with children. So that shooting scene of the twin really, really got me. And I was like if this is what the opening scene is like, I'm afraid to see the remaining episodes in this series. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Cynthia. Valid.
Fida.
Oh, Cynthia. Sorry, Fida. So thanks, Fi. Yeah, good points, Ray. Sorry, I was looking at notes and. Yes, I like the point you raised about sort of like the movie forgetting about Ini's character, Iniedo's character. If there was a movie series, whatever, it did seem like it wasn't sure who the protagonist was, and that was a big thing for me in terms of how do you want us to view this world, because on paper it just seems like Ini should have been our protagonist, the person and who we should have viewed the Shanty Town and like gotten used to and understood, been introduced to that life. I know like she was playing somebody who was already familiar with it, but like we should have like sort of found along with her as she, sort of stumbled and it would have made for great tension. Oh, are they going to find out that she's not who she really says she is? It's just like that's just such a missed opportunity for that. But moving from like Scar, who's a horrible person, a lot has been said about Mercy's character, like Mercy's acting, and I do think again I said like I thought she wasn't bad, and she did. she didn't stick out to me anyway, which is probably good because she's not an actor, at least for that. So a lot has been said about her, but like even I think it's something I mentioned about the way power dynamics are displaced. Where like there's a point where when they kill Mercy, am I really to feel for Mercy? I don't know Mercy that much. She hasn't seemed that great a person. She was making fun of somebody who was who had a stutter earlier on. It's like okay, they actually. I'm just like, do I care that you got axed? I don't know. Like, but like in terms of introducing us to the world that you're with and like making us feel for certain characters, I didn't see it. And then I know like Fi has brought up nudity again, and I'm just thinking to people who are hearing this thing, and I know like Fi might just have a different issue in terms of like maybe she doesn't like nudity at all, and that's fine. Different people have different things, but like for people who don't mind nudity, right, and just think this wasn't done well, I need people who are going in their head, hey, like what's wrong with this? I need you to think, is there a possible way a movie or a TV series can show nudity that could be gratuitous? I need you to think about it. If there is a way, what does it look like, right? And we're telling you that this film is doing it in the way that is. If you don't think there's any possible way in which you can show women or men's nude bodies, to be honest, in a way that's gratuitous or unnecessary, then that's a different that's a different point. You're in a different case. But thank you for contributing. Fi. Ndika, please tell us some. Huh? Did I say Vanessa?
My G, I was next.
Okay, sorry. Ndika, you'd be next. Go on, Vanessa.
Yeah, it wasn't intentional for me to miss the good, but I'm actually just quite relieved because I didn't think I had it in me to come up with barely their goods about this series. I'm pretty sure it's been brought up, but this had barely any framework. It was so amoebic in its nature. There was nothing of substance holding this entire show together. There was no running thread. In the words of Elizabeth, it was almost like they had multiple post-its of ideas and subplots that were put on the wall, and we're just gonna throw all of it in without any running thread between them. It wasn't till the end, and I genuinely say this, I usually do not DNF Nollywood, mainly because of Film Club and because we have to go through it. But I was genuinely tempted to DNF this by the end of episode 1. But I went through all 6 episodes of this series mainly because I wanted to find out whether or not they were going to tell me what this series was about. I genuinely was hoping that at some point throughout the entirety of the how many hours this ran for, that it was going to be explained to me what this show was about. And unfortunately, it wasn't. It wasn't till the end that I had to make an assumption that this was supposed to be about the women of Shanty Town, when in reality, in every single way, it wasn't. Even in the way they were talked about, shown, developed as characters, barely. There was nothing about this that was about the freedom of the women of Shanty Town. This was seeing the world through the eyes of Scar. And Scar's a great character. Obviously, time was taking to put him together to a large extent. He wasn't perfect by any means, but time was taken to put Scar together as a character. But if you're saying this is about the freedom of the women of Shanty Town, then you might as well write these women like people and not pieces of meat. It almost felt like they wrote these characters like the way they were viewed by the men in that world, bodies. And you don't say that a show is about their freedom and treat them like inconsequential. That genuinely was the most egregious thing for me, because we could have seen this world through the eyes of Inem and Shaliwa. and we could have seen Shalewa guide Inem through this world after it had been revealed at some point that she wasn't who she was. You know, because if this was someone who they were so close with, who spent so much time talking to them, trying to get them to the point where they wanted freedom. This is me inferring from a couple scenes, like the scene between Inem and what's her face, the Shola Shivowale's character. I can't remember her name because there wasn't enough given for me to remember who the woman was as a character. But something about her not doing a ritual anymore, I guess, to prevent the women from being lazy and not wanting to escape. And she's saying, but the girls are lazy and they don't run away. So if you're saying this character who Amanda is impersonating has always wanted to help these women leave Shanty Town, then show us with this impersonator that she's going to continue that. She's having these conversations with these women. Are you saying that these women don't know that this isn't who they've known their entire lives or however long they've been in Shanty Town? Is that what you're saying? And if at some point it's revealed that this isn't who they are, who isn't them is, then show some bit of camaraderie between these women, some sense of solidarity. Why was Mercy Ake's character so willing to give 500k to Shalewa? Why? What is that? What is that connection? What is that beyond shared experiences? Beyond shared experiences, what do these women have in common? What are these relationships? That's how you make a show about the women of Shantytown. You show them as people. You don't need to show us their trauma, but show us how they've been affected by their trauma. What made them who they are, the people that they are, how they've been changed by the lives that they've lived, what they've become accustomed to, and why the vast majority of them no longer have the will to want to leave. Because that's what being subjugated does to you over a long period of time. You lose your will to want to do anything else, right? So show us that. Don't show us, don't, what I'm trying to find the word. Do not serve us their trauma on a platter for what is supposed to be our enjoyment. Because it wasn't enjoyable to watch sexual violence multiple times on women in this show. And I'm sick. Genuinely, you were having the conversation with Obina about how people are tired. And I'm genuinely just tired of having this conversation time and time again as to the irreverence with which Nollywood treats women, their bodies, sexual violence against women. If you are not committed to treating it with the care that it deserves, don't do it at all. Do not do it at all. I don't know if a woman was involved in writing this, but it's very obvious when men write about women's trauma. You've not lived it. You've never felt anything like it, not even a modicum of it. So you do not treat it with the respect and the care that it deserves. But what am I saying? There was a film that was written by a woman, and it also treated women with that same callousness. Because that's what this was. It was callous. And I'm genuinely just tired of having this conversation. We keep saying they're listening, they're learning, they're going. But it's like the basics of a story. That's all I want. All this extra periphery, the serene, let's push that to the side. Just the basics of a story, beginning, middle, and end. Basic framework of any plot is a beginning, middle, and end. This felt like it had none of that. What was the point of showing us Scar saving Inem if you do not show us then what that relationship was like? For Amanda to have the confidence to come back and waltz into Scar's quarters. You don't just leave these things to the imagination and tell us, yeah, that it's left to you to figure that out. Honestly, this was a waste of my time. It genuinely was. And I'm at the point with Nollywood where all of 2022, I was gung-ho, support Nollywood. I'm going to watch everything. I'm going to talk about it because Nollywood deserves an engaged audience. An audience that speaks on the things that they care about, the things that they didn't care about with regards the stuff that they're watching. But it almost feels like we're being treated with such disdain for even daring to speak, or saying anything. We're branded as haters, we're branded as people who do if easy. And it's like, if you want an engaged speaker, an engaged audience, if you want an audience who cares enough about the industry, then you have to deal with it at this point. Because I'm not going to keep harping and speaking and watching Nollywood every single week, coming on here and speaking about it. At this point, it's like my mouth is smelling. And I'm done. I was one of the I don't do Nollywood. And then that changed because I actually really love Nollywood. I genuinely love Nollywood. But it's getting to the point where this is unrequited love. It really is. I don't think Nollywood loves me back. I think Nollywood views its audience as means to make money. Because you don't care enough about us and our trauma and the things that trigger us and the things that are important enough to tell, to treat us with care and respect that we deserve. And at this point, it's honestly just getting quite annoying and frustrating. And I would honestly, it's getting to the point where I would just rather not. Honestly, I was so looking forward to this. I love Chidi Mokeme. I've loved Chidi Mokeme for as long as it was possible to love Chidi Mokeme. For as long as I was able to see Chidi Mokeme on screen and say, I love Chidi Mokeme. And I was so excited to see this. And Chidi Mokeme gave a good enough performance. This is nothing to do with his performance. But I genuinely wanted this to be Chidi Mokeme's shining moment. A project that we could be proud of and say Chidi Mokeme was on something that was amazing. This is Chidi Mokeme's big comeback. And the much of it was a flop. This is the first time I've seen Shafi Bello and thought Shafi Bello was horrible. It's the first time. And Shafi Bello is an amazing actress. The monologues were horrendous. These long speeches, why? This is the worst performance I've ever seen Shafi Bello give. And it's like, you just put a bunch of people who have the potential to perform, and you had them giving the worst performances of their lives. Haba. Let's not. Honestly. Let this not repeat itself again. And I genuinely want Nollywood to be done with the criminal underworld. I get it, King of Boys was insanely successful. It was a great time. But we're about done. The criminal underworld, we've seen enough of it. And can we please stop typecasting Zubi Michael? He's not going to be the gangster forever. He's a great actor. He can't keep shouting boss, Oga all the time in films. We need to move past the criminal underworld. You know that time when Wedding Party happened and everybody was doing rom-coms? It's like post King of Boys, everybody decided to do criminal underworld, street gangster movies. Let's find something else. We've beaten the horse. It was dead. We beat it. We resurrected it. We beat it again till it died. It's okay. Honestly, there are other stories that deserve to be told. We can be done with the gangsters and the criminal underworld because obviously you people don't treat these stories with care or dignity. But yeah, I'm done.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Vanessa. I won't lie to you. I completely understand the fatigue. And I don't know if I'm supposed to say it, but I feel the fatigue as well. By the time we were going on Christmas break, I was ready to take a break from Nollywood because I was feeling the fatigue. And I don't know, I feel like it's a bit of a deviation, but I feel like some people think we like to come online and diss Nollywood films. I think even today I've seen a tweet that says, oh, everyone is so harsh with Nollywood, a lot harsher on Nollywood than other people. And that is wrong. That is just objectively wrong. We're a lot kinder to Nollywood than we are to Hollywood. Because even though we don't want to do it, we set our expectations lower, right? We try to account for our limitations, right? We say, we know people have to deal with area boys when they're shooting on location. We know you rent a flat to shoot a thing and the person can just show up tomorrow and say, no, don't shoot here. Now you have continuity issues, right? Because you can't shoot in the same place you shot yesterday. So we're already making all of these allowances. We're complaining about sound. We're making allowances for somebody's generator was on in the area where they were shooting and they had to try and work around that. Like, my favorite spaces are the spaces where people are coming to gush about a film. I love it. I leave spaces on a high. It's great. It's what we want to do. We come here week in, week out because we want to encourage Nollywood. We want Nollywood to be better. Every week we're reminding people, watch this film, watch this film, watch this film. We're doing, it's free advertising. We do this every week. Free advertising. Watch this, watch this, watch this, because we want the industry to grow. And yeah, but I completely understand your thing with the fatigue. I get people feeling it, but please come back. Please don't give up on Nollywood.
Yeah, one thing, I think it was Obina that pointed it out as well with like the CJ going to Sundance. Like, you know, if you're paying attention to Nollywood, CJ or any of the directors from X16 making Sundance, if you had told us 5 years ago, I mean, I don't know whether I would have believed it, but it's certainly the most likely way to go, right? Like, and so like, I'm bearing that in mind. There are people I think are doing great work and on the right trajectory. And it's not to say that like people who have done some of the work that we criticize on the right trajectory is just, we'll never get there. We're just saying, I'm saying, and I don't try to speak for more than myself. I just speak for myself. Is that, yeah, you're not on the right trajectory as far as Sundance is concerned. If you can't get sound, if you can't get some basic story structure right, and if you can't get some basic, like, people think I nitpick. There are things I really don't talk about. There are things I see. I'm saving them for a video. I'm going to do a video at one point where I put all these things together because it's just fun. And I want it to just be fun. But there are things I see I do not speak about because, like, there's no point. I know we have not reached there when we get there. But anyway, let's go to Nduka. Nduka, please tell us some of the things you had issues with.
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me. So the things I had issues with mainly was the writing. The writing is just bad. And, well, I like to watch bad movies. I watch a lot of bad movies. It's just like this one is a special kind of bad. Like, there's no main plot. It's just several subplots fighting each other. No main plot, no central narrative. Like, I want to know what the log line for this film was. When they pitched it, what did they say? If you ask me what this movie is about or series, I don't know which one, I wouldn't know what to say. All of episode 3.
Everybody knows it's KOB. Everybody knows it's KOB Nitoluturi. Everybody knows.
Oh, yeah, poor man's KOB. So I don't. If you ask me what the worst of it all is, episode 3. Episode 3 goes on and on and on, and it's just 3 scenes. RMD giving a monologue, Shafi Bello giving a monologue, and Shola Sobowale giving a monologue. That's it. Nothing to push the story forward. Nothing about the story. Shafi Bello's monologue is about the Kalakuta Queens, and what's his name? RMD's monologue is, I don't even know what that was. And they are all horrendously written monologues. Like, who wrote this? It's so bad. It's so bad. And I feel like it's a waste of the talents of people in that film. I'm sorry, Nse is here. This is a waste of the talents. Like, this is a B-rated written film. Like, it's the kind of film that Americans would have made, and then it becomes popular 20 years later because some kids on TikTok found a clip of it. That's how bad this film, the writing is. I don't know who wrote it, but I don't know what they should do, but it's bad. The next thing I wanted to talk about was, like, I don't care so much about production. Honestly, I would watch anything. I watch, like, Thai movies that are based on Wattpad films. I will watch anything, you get? So I don't care about production. But when Iniedo is fighting in the last episode, Where did she get that wig from? It's annoying me. Throughout the show, she had like a low cut. Then when she went to fight, she stopped by to make up and wear a wig. Are you kidding me? It's so carelessly done. And it's not talking, and it's not just the nudity. It's careless. Like, it's careless. You could be bootstrapped on like resources, but you still care for what you're doing. If you care for a film, no matter how little you have, we would see it. We know, okay, you're trying. But I don't think they were trying. I don't think they were trying with the writing at all. The writing pissed me off. Like, episode 3 should not exist. Episode 3 is the worst thing I have ever seen. And I watch Thai shows based on Wattpad series. Episode 3 is horrendous. The writing, the dialogue is shit. I don't know why did Netflix agree to buy to I don't know how they I don't know what they do. They buy it. Who wrote it? Are they in primary 3? I don't know. It's just bad. There is no excuse for that bad writing. The writing is bad. The dialogues are bad. Everybody doesn't need to give a monologue. Almost everybody gave a monologue in that film. Almost everybody had a high-level speech about something that was unrelated to the plot. Who do they think they are? Meryl Streep in Devil Wears Prada talking about the Colossus relic. And that's had something to do with the plot. That had it had so much to do with what Anne Hathaway was wearing in that film. Why are we listening to the governor talk about Kalakuta Queens? She's the governor. Why do we need to know her? She's already the governor. She said, I want to be known. You are the governor. You have a Wikipedia page. I'm sure if you're a governor, you have a Wikipedia page. Why else do we need to know you more? It's like, that was such a silly, oh my God. Anyway, I didn't expect to like go off on the tangents like that, but Inedo didn't need that week at the end. That was such horrible nonsense. Like, I feel like we need to do better with writing. And writing is like the cheapest thing to get, you get? So I feel like they focus so much on the big things and then forget the smaller things all the time. It's like, oh my God, let's get an explosion. Oh my God, let's get naked girls. Oh my God, let's get blood. And then forget the writing. It's, I want to make a film where they explode and then they touch random babes' breasts. But, who will write it? Nobody. I'm done.
All right, thanks, Induka. All right, Omar, did you please tell us some of the things you didn't like about Shanty Town? I'd say please keep it concise.
I would try not to repeat what people have said because most of what everyone has been saying is on my list. So I'm surprised nobody talked about how weak Sky is, because in this series, I think the main character, the villain that you want us to root for, the guy is even weak. He's being used by the Madam Governor, and I feel like that's his motivation, and it's kind of poor for a character like that, because you are trying to give us someone like Eniola Salami, a bad person that we could root for, but it didn't come out well. So I feel that character is weak, and that's why everybody keeps saying, "Oh, the performance is great." So I would excuse that for the writing. So about the R&D's character, I think his character is you are trying to make his identity, his personality, sexual violence, and it didn't make sense for that story, because what about his side as someone who harvests organs, his side as someone who deal drugs and trying to be the governor? You didn't do more of that, but you are trying to make the character someone who is sexual violence, and you make that his whole identity. That's why I said the scene with Nancy, where he had to strip Nancy, and the scene where he had to rape Iniedo's character, they had nothing to do with the story. You could take that part away and the story would still progress, because Iniedo's character had a motivation to take him down already. Something happened to our twin sister, because that was enough for him to take that character down. So I feel like it was just his identity as someone who is sexually violent made no sense at all. So I kind of support the idea of people saying sexualization in this movie is kind of bad. You are just trying to create a fantasy in your head. I don't want to call the writer of this film a pervert, but I don't know. I will not say that. Even though I've said that, I won't say that, because you are trying to create something you imagine in your head, and you just do it badly. So even Shafi's Billow's character was sexualized, and in the things she was saying, you suck, the girl you fuck, I was like, from where to where? Oh governor, how does that does that make any sense? And the conveniences in the plot points, they really made no sense, because I was wondering that scene where Nian's character was dancing with the other girls. What if Dacosta had not picked her? How would she have done, So you are telling us that rape is the motivation and not what her sister told her. And what if she had not been picked by that character? What she was not picked at that scene? And Nancy falling in love with Peter after what his father did to her. I was like, how does that even make any sense? Your character, you didn't give them the autonomy of being human, like a human being who could reason for themselves rather. You didn't give them that autonomy, because how would someone do that to me and I would fall in someone's father would, or someone's mother would sexually assault me and I would still fall in love with that person? It doesn't make any sense. Even kids with the purest soul, if they come to your house and you kind of maltreat them, they might get to school the other day and tell everyone that mother of that boy is bad, and they won't even play with that kid, and they won't play with the shadow of that person who maltreated them. So I don't understand how she fell in love with that character, even after what his father did to her. And the scene with the neck piece where Shidi Mokeme took Peter's character away, I was wondering, because they had given Nancy that neck piece. So how come Scar had that neck piece with him? So like they said, this was written as a feature. Actually, nothing worked as a feature in this story. Even if you have left it as a feature, it didn't work. The writing is bad. It's bad. The fighting stunts, I think they could have just fastened the pace. Like, editing would have maybe saved the whole thing. But I don't know why they didn't do that, because it was just as if they were waiting for someone to attack. Okay, oh yeah, you do that. So, what else do I have? I think I wrote something down. Okay, I've talked about the neck piece. Well, that's all I have to say, since everyone has talked about almost everything I wanted to say. So,
All right, thanks. I wanted to. All right. Thanks everyone. We're still taking people. We've got a few speakers left to speak. Just some people have sent in some comments that I wanted to read out. Tammy says, tried watching Shanty Town, didn't finish it, although I did skip to the end. That movie is too heavy for me. Even the sending was objectification. What did I say?
Sending was ad.
Ending, even the ending was sad. Objectification of women is real. All right, thanks, Tammy. Chiamaka says, Vanessa articulated my entire thoughts. Tash says, gosh, she's right. This is about Vanessa again. All right, I'm not reading any more positive things about
Wow.
Vanessa. That's what happens when you refuse to be my twinnie. Insa is great. Twilight, that's from Babatunde. I didn't feel the season 3. I imagine that's episode 3. Somebody mentioned episode 3. I'm currently on it. Yeah, okay. And I'm on Big Bad Sam says, I'm on episode 3 or 4. Should I stop watching because I'm confused about what did the beginning have to do with anything? I keep watching, just finish it. If you cry, you cry with the rest of us. All right. All right, so we've got a few more people on here. Ada, please go on and say what you didn't like about it. Sorry, I know you've been waiting a while. Ada, please go on.
I've been waiting so long. I aged like 5 years. Anyway. Yeah, I'll try to be concise. one of the things I didn't like was actually, I think it was in the first episode, Scar putting a handkerchief in his privates and then taking it out and spending it. I think I want jail time for anyone who made that scene, including the actors and the directors and the viewers. Everyone needs jail. I did not need to see that. That was gross. Staying on Scar, I know people like his performance, but I felt it was slightly lazy. So they said, "Hey, we want you to do a bad guy. Of course, to do a bad guy, you have to speak like this, and you have to speak in a staccato way. You can't speak in fluent sentences because you're a bad guy." Yeah, I felt that was kind of like a lazy notion of, oh, what does a Nollywood bad guy look like? First of all, he has to growl. Second of all, he has to speak in a staccato way. Pause between words for some reason. I don't know why. Kind of like a lazy thing. It wasn't a bad acting. I just thought it was kind of like a lazy thing. Let me just pull something easy out of the bag to do a bad guy. But anyway, that's besides the point. I thought, like everyone said, oh, by the way, Colorado was annoying. Everywhere good. Body they pepper me every day. Annoying. I'm glad he disappeared at the end. Hopefully disappeared to a place that he won't come back. But yeah, I was saying, like everyone said, yeah, the monologues, I didn't understand it. I actually at a certain point or checked the time when the chief gave the first monologue, and I was like, this has been going on for 6 minutes, and this is like an episode that's at 35 minutes or so on average, and he gave a long ass monologue for like 6 minutes. And it literally was about nothing. It was about hunters and fishermen or something, and his ancestors. And then literally within the last 1 minute mark of his long ass speech, that's when he told Scar what he was there for. And I was like, oh, okay, so this is what you're here for. All that long speech was for nothing. I don't know why they like to do these monologues, but they were quite not relevant, I guess. Especially like the things that were actually said in the monologues, they didn't add to anything, and they weren't even that interesting. Yeah. A plot point what I don't understand is who told Jackie to run, because I think it was the call came from like Mama Ene. I don't know if Mama Ene is the same as Ene. It wasn't explained. I don't know who told her to run. So that, because just to tell her to run, that means A, you know what's going to happen, and B, you care about the consequences to her. So who is that person? I don't know. And then when she picks up the phone, she says, Moji, I told you not to call me up again. So is it Mama Ene or Moji? Who's that? I don't know. They should have explored that, because that can bring a bit of insight into, someone is knowledgeable about this operation that they're doing about chopping up body parts. And also the chopping up of Jackie, was very graphic. I did not like it. I felt like we should never see someone's beheading, like, even though it's like obviously fake, and I could see it was like a mannequin head. I could literally see that hole at the bottom of the head. I could tell it was a mannequin, but it was still like quite gory and graphic. I don't think we should ever see that ever in movies or TV series. Yeah, that was a bit gory. Sorry. I thought, yeah, speaking of monologues, that Mommy T's monologue, again, another monologue, which I don't know why they keep doing it. I didn't understand some of it. She mentioned, I stopped doing the covenant, like you said, but the girls are now too weak to run. Something like that. I don't know what that means. Were they running before and now they've stopped running away? Like, what does that mean? They didn't really explore that. They just left that. And what does the covenant do? She said, I stopped doing the covenant and now they're weak. So what did the covenant do? Were they making them stronger? What was it? It was just random bits that didn't necessarily make sense to me. It feels like someone already had background knowledge and they didn't write it in a way from the perspective of someone that's watching it from the first time. Yeah, and as many people mentioned, I was on like episode 3, and at a point I stopped and I was like, what's the story? I still don't know. I'm halfway through this series and I don't know what the story is. So initially, as I said, I was a bit apprehensive about watching the series at all. But then I watched the trailer because I was like, okay, let me just see what it's about anyway. I watched the trailer and I was like, I don't know. This is just explosions and people running and Shanty Town. I don't know what this is about. But I just gave it. I just thought, well, this is a trailer. They're just obviously trying to bring the most, I guess, shocking value or whatever to attract you. Let me just watch it. But I watched it and I finished it. I've watched all 6 parts. I still don't know what it's about. The opening scene, it's about the twins, someone that get shots, blah, blah, blah. You think that's maybe the pertinent story that's going to be like the major plot, but it's not. Then maybe it's about, okay, the girls in the shanty town and their lives. As I said, I would have liked for them to explore maybe from what's her name? Yeah, Shalewa's perspective of being sold from her dad, how she's coping, how maybe she's losing one of her good friends, Jackie. Maybe she tries calling her a few times after she's left and she realizes Jackie's not picking up. Then she gets a bit worried. She kind of finds out that all the guests that leave never make it out. That would have been such an interesting thing to explore, but I'm not going to tell them how to write a story anyway. But yeah, I thought maybe it was going to be about the girls from Shantytown, but it's not. Then okay, maybe it's about Scar and how he's running this whole operation and with the tight hand. Except no, because this Chief Fernandez comes in and is like, oh, he's actually the guy behind it. But also he's running for governor. So, okay, that's going to be the story. But also now he has a rival that wants to take him out. And they never even explained, only at the last episode, they explained why she wanted him out. I thought maybe she was a rival in the underground world, or I don't know if she was, I didn't know she was a governor. So okay, yeah, maybe that's gonna be the plot of the story. But then no, because Innie comes and she's trying to take him down. So I don't know what the story is. If someone were to ask me, what do you watch Shanty Town? Should I watch it? What is it about? I can't tell them, even if I wanted to, because I don't know what the story's about. But yeah, I think the ending was a bit quick and tidy. They didn't set it up for much. We kind of find out she was working for the police, whatever, and then it's kind of like quick, tidy up. There was star cast, a lot of star for no reason. I feel, yeah, maybe just to bring a bit of like bring the audience in, but I feel like it wasn't necessarily needed, especially for like smaller roles like Mama T or the governor's role, which was kind of minor. I don't know why they need to have that star cast. As someone mentioned, Enes, she's a weird what's that word? God, English is not my language. She's kind of like she wants to be Innes' replacement, or what's her name in Inem's replacement. Because she said, oh, now that she's back, she's not going to replace me or something like that. But then she's also, does she care about the girls? Because at the end, it seems like she does. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like two complete opposites. And also, she seems both defiant towards Scar and also scared of him, but not in a. There is a way of being like defiant towards someone, but also kind of scared and wary because you know that they're crazy, right? But the way she was portraying it, it was like a complete juxtaposition of someone who's terrified of him and someone who's also like, do your worst kind of thing, as someone said, right? But it wasn't like that subtlety of, yeah, do your worst, but I'm also kind of like wary because this guy, I just saw him chop someone's hair, so let me just, not talk too much. Yeah, it was a bit weird. Also, her accent came out a bit. I know she speaks like that normally, but I feel like the authenticity of being in that world in Shanty Town for her to speak with the kind of Ambridge accent didn't really work, and I feel like it was kind of bad directing to not be like, hey, can you incorporate the role into a more of a quote unquote Shanty Town person, how they would speak. The whole plot point of Nancy jazzing him, that was then dropped. Suddenly Scar came with his own charm and she didn't even use it. I don't even know if she wanted to use it. It was just brought up for no reason. What else can I say? The Eni's playing as a sister was a bit confusing at times because, yeah, as I said, for a few, like, I think for like a whole episode, she wasn't even in it. But also, she seemed to know a lot about these people, and that's why at some point I was a bit confused if she was actually playing her sister or not. Because, yeah, fair enough, she visited her for like a month while she was in the hospital, but she seemed to know like specific details about things that they've been through before. And I'm not sure how she knew what they looked like. I don't imagine they really take pictures in the underground world, but she already knew what these people look like. Maybe because she works in the police, she's observed them. I don't know. But yeah, that was a bit weird at times. And yeah, I feel like the acting was okay. It wasn't necessarily remarkable. I felt like the actors played kind of like who they would normally play. Like, I think last week we watched The Wait, and oh god, this sounds like I'm picking on say I'm not, but I feel like if that character from The Wait came and then after her job at the hospital she just went into criminal underworld, it will be like literally the same character. I don't feel like there's much of a change, and that goes for actually some of the other characters as well. I don't feel like very convinced with their roles. But as I said, it wasn't a bad performance at all. It was just not particularly strong or anything. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Ada. All right, a lot of people. Ben Sira talking about. Ben Sira says, "Omar, you people are horrible with your criticisms. I get there are some loopholes, but geez, the host is enjoying the dragging because this literally happens in foreign movies, and we enjoyed it." I'm sure Ben Sira is not particularly familiar with Nollywood Film Club.
And hasn't listened to the last half hour of it.
Yeah, but anyway, like Nollywood Film Club, we do the good, we do the bad, and we'll do a summary towards the end when we're done. It's just the bad is taking a while because people have a lot of things to say. We've done the good. If you want to listen back then about the things that we enjoyed about it, we're just in the bad section. And also, if you do have anything you want to say, feel free to come up on the space. You seem very confident, Ben Sira. Yes. There are plenty of things. We don't discriminate on here. All right. I think Paraventure. Please go on. So, you weren't here for the good, so please feel free to say the things you liked as well as the things you didn't like.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. I won't be doing any good. I hated the film, the series, sorry. And I'm probably not the kind of audience for it anyway. I didn't like KOB, for example. I thought it was overwrought. I thought it was too clever by half. And this one is 3 times worse. It's terrible. And I wasn't going to say anything. I think a lot of people have said all the things I wanted to say. The story was I don't know. It wasn't, where was it heading to? The characters were not interesting. And in general, the problem I have with this type of storylines or this type of attempts to show something stuck, but then you fall halfway short, and then your effort just ends up like really, really bad. It's when you want to go dystopian, the best dystopians are just stuck. They're like degraded, empty, arid. And they're not going to do that, are they? They don't have the resources, one. They don't have the technical know-how. And then you top it off with a story that just doesn't go anywhere, doesn't do anything. Like I said, but what's interesting, though, the side conversations have been interesting, I think, in terms of the violence and the comments on the sexual violence, especially. I'm quite queasy. People praise 12 Years a Slave. I thought that film was just absolutely horrendous. It's not the kind of film for me. I'm more of a Four Weddings and a Funeral kind of guy. But there was a suggestion there are films like that where such violences are well done, and I'm struggling to think of any. Maybe if we could point to any examples, maybe then we'll say, okay, this is how you should do it. But I've never seen any nudity or any violence where someone's head is being chopped off, and I didn't think it was gratuitous. I don't think it's necessary to a story. To the storytelling, you could probably just allude to it without showing it, and it will work as effectively. So yeah, it would be nice to hear from others that have come before and said, okay, yeah, it's gratuitous. That it could have been done better. How? I don't see how. Anyway, those are my comments. Thanks.
Hey God, I'm going to pull you. He came for 12 Years a Slave. That's like one of my favorite
Fight
films.
him on your own time.
I will see.
Fight him on your own time.
No, he asked the question. He asked a personal, perfectly reasonable questions like how was the. All right. So first off, 12 Years a Slave. The violence done on the main character is not shown on the way it's shown. It's shown. It gets progressively worse. So like sometimes they're whipping him, you don't even see nothing, and then it comes to the you don't see you just see the whip against his like somebody like doing the actions of whips against his back, and then towards the end you actually see the violence. So the violence gets progressively worse. So the violence is part of the way it's done. Is actually there's a lot of intentionality behind how it's performed. The point where he's being hung, there's a point where he's being hung, and it's just a still shot, and you see Chiwetel Ejiofor's character just trying to survive, and everybody in the background is going about their day, about their job. The point is that this horrendous, horrible thing is happening, and everybody, black people involved, are just going around doing their business. There is a point to everything. I could defend every single violence. I'm sorry, you picked the wrong movie.
You could in that scene, you could do without showing the welts on his back. You could just show the
they don't show the welts on his back till the end. Go watch it. I promise you. What you see at the beginning is just like the display of violence. You see it, but you don't actually see the welts until much later on in the film. The violence gets progressively worse. I promise you, that's a thing that happens in the movie.
I guess I remember it different.
Okay, but that is actually what happens in the movie. It does get progressively. They use the violence is a thing that is used intentionally to depict it's almost like crescendoing, right? Hey, we're gonna start here. You're gonna see how this person is gonna move through this path, and it gets to the top where the violence gets very bad to the point where it's really uncomfortable. Yes. Anyway, but yes.
How about the sexual violence though? How has sexual violence ever been done?
Okay. Right. I don't talk about 12 years. We can have let's have a side conversation about 12 years a slave. And I'll show you some video. I will send you some clips as well.
Yeah, because we're about to hit 4 hours, so let's try and get everybody.
All right. Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. All right. Shagun, please. Tell us some of the things. Shagun, if you're there.
Hey, I'm here. A lot of things have been said. I don't know. I probably have 20, 30 points on the production and technical blunders. I think I'll just leave that to a thread. I'd rather just push back on some things that people have said. Because with this film, I can't rate it based on actual film technicalities, the rule of thirds, symmetry, leading lines, depth of field, breaking the rules, the 180-degree rules. None of that was even observed, so I can't even rate it. I can't even grade it as far as film is concerned. And a lot of people this kind of movies, I call them Instagram movies, which is just, spectacular. There's just the whole showing of we can do this, we can do that. Everybody brings it's like a portfolio film, pretty much. Because I didn't understand the colors of light they were throwing here and there. There was no color, there was no observing color theory across the entire film, even across a lot of Nollywood films. And I want to just point out something that Obina said. Obina was saying that, and it's the same thing people keep repeating, resources, there's this and that. And I'm like, why do we keep going on and on about resources when there are 101 location movies out there in Hollywood that will keep you on your seat? Do you understand? And we've been telling these lies to ourselves in Nollywood for over time. And he mentioned that the music industry, if we 30 years ago, if we said what was happening now will happen then, it will say it's a lie. But that's very disingenuous, and it's a slight on the music industry, because I can tell you the music industry has put in a lot of work right now, even down to the least producer, the least known producer. There's a lot of technicalities that go into production and preparing music and all that. So we can't even go there. So as far as that is concerned, Nollywood is stuck in a loop, and we've been stuck in that loop for the past 20, 30 years. All that has improved, nothing has changed apart from quality of camera and location and maybe costuming. That is what has changed. No offense to the actors, and I'll come to the issue with the actors, which brings me to audio, sound, because I always tell people that if you're not serious with sound, your movie is shit. And now I was arguing with somebody on Twitter just now. The person was saying that I said, why doesn't Nollywood take ADR seriously? And he's like, no, if you have a good sound recordist on set, you will get clean audio. And I'm like, you cannot compare audio in Nigeria to audio in the Western world. In the Western world, almost all their buildings are made of wood. They are insulated. So practically most of the houses are almost like studios. They are soundproof. So if you record audio on set, you can get away with it because the audio is clean and clear. All our houses in Nigeria are echo chambers, ceramic tiles and cement walls. There is no way audio you capture on set can and should ever be used for final production. That is why ADR is important. And now, if there are only two things restricting Nollywood, audio is one of them. Why? Because all the actors are being careful. Nobody is giving their 100% because everybody is being careful not to stray far away from the boom mic or move in a certain way that you would disturb the lapel mic they put on you. So you're not giving your best performance. You're being cautious of the audio recording equipment on you. So how do you want to tell me that a lapel mic will capture sensual sounds and me whispering in a girl's ear in a bedroom scene? There are so many reasons why the actors are in a box. And if we don't start to tell ourselves the truth, we will continue to be in that box until it's too late. Have we ever asked ourselves why none of our big Hollywood stars are even being featured in European and UK films, even the least of them, abroad? And those productions, all those productions have Nigerians in them. They are chock full of Nigerians that are acting as Nigerians within all these productions because they went to film school in the UK and they do. So we need to tell ourselves the truth and break out of this loop that we are doing. Because now, based on this argument I had with this person, it's obvious that somebody is lying to our production people that audio on set can be used. We don't need. Meanwhile, audio for film has to be taken as seriously as a producer sitting down mixing an album. There are so many technicalities to that I don't even want to go into. Secondly, because there's going to be a lot of pushback. There's always a pushback from people involved in this project. And like I said in the beginning, there's no offense to everybody. Everybody brought their A game, the lighting and everything, which I said, I gave an analogy that if I complain about the chef's food, if I complain that the chef's food, the food in the restaurant is whack, that is on the chef. It is not on the people that went to buy the stuff from the market. It is not on the valet that parked my car. It is not on the waitress that served me. All of you people did your job. You got paid, fine. So you can't, but I paid for this food. The food is shit, and chef is probably to blame, and I'm making my case. Everybody should sit down and find a way to deal with it, rather than pushing back and saying, no, this is the best thing since sliced bread. Because, and I will ask this, and I will put it to the people, especially people that produce this thing. Like I said, I have about 20 or 30 technical blunders that are as serious as that bus crash scene. If a child or a teenager, an observant, you don't even need a very smart child. If an observant teenager sees that scene and asks, Auntie, why are there no people in this bus? There were people in this why are there no people in this bus that crashed? What are you going to tell that child? Are you going to tell the child that you didn't see properly, that you are mistaken? Are you going to lie to the child? What are you going to say? That's really what I want people to look at, because somebody mentioned CJ is at Sundance, but CJ's work is not big budget, is nothing. He observes the rules of film. That is why his work is out there. The film critics guys, those kids, there's a reason why J.J. Abrams reached out to them. There's a reason why Morgan Freeman is even working with them in the first place. So those are the questions, those are the things those are the hard truths we need to tell ourselves. Our actors are being caged by restrictions. One of those major restrictions is the ADR. You're not giving your performance. So there's all our films, and like everybody rightly said, people complain about dialogue. That is the best they can do. Call and response. You cannot. If you're having a conversation in somebody's living room, like the way you can't just get up and walk to fix a drink and whisper something or do that, because you have to project because of the boom mic in the room or the lapel mic on you. And I struggled to get to episode 4 because I really needed to tie in. I wanted to understand what the explosions in the beginning was about. I needed them to explain. Yes, it was spectacular and everything, but those explosions, are they grenades? Are they mortar fire? Is it cannon fire? Is it missiles from a particular surface-to-air missile launcher? It's like they just wrote a story and everybody wanted to just put portfolio into it. Yes, we did explosions because the whole thing just looked like a music video all stitched together, which is the problem with quite a number of all our films. There's so much. Putting his ring in his safe, somebody carrying his safe around in his own house. There's just so much, and I think we need to start to tell ourselves the truth. That is why platforms like this is very important. That's why I need us to, and I think the advice I can give Nollywood now, and I'll say this in closing, what they're afraid of is starting from scratch. We need to go back to the drawing board. It doesn't matter, and I said to somebody, there are short films on Netflix. It's not compulsory to do some long thing and that. There are short films on Netflix, so do short films. If it's about the fact that, okay, the film is too short, it's not going to make you so much money, then do something like Black Mirror. Let 6, 7 producers, filmmakers come together and give us 7 episodes of something, all independent episodes, short, 20 minutes, do your best and put it in and just cash in and make that money. Do you understand? So that because our filmmakers have not done, how do I put it? You've not honed your craft enough. You've not done enough to start to improve your game. You've not done this 20-minute thing. You've not done this 10-minute thing. You probably need to do it over and over again so that your next project, you get better and you put we see the improvement in your work. Everybody, almost as if all filmmakers just came out and started doing big projects, and that's the problem we have. And now, because we have gotten to that level, the streaming apps have given us a false sense of security, and we are all like, yeah, people are watching, so there's no need to improve. And the most glaring part of it, and I keep saying it, is the audio. It does my head in. I don't understand how. And I told somebody the other day, I said, do you think Thanos, you think Josh Brolin, you think it's a lapel mic that will capture the essence of his voice, the depth, the grit in his voice? So ADR is very important, and the sooner Nollywood starts to take that part of filmmaking seriously, the better our films will be. Because it's not just about beautiful sounding audio in film. It gives the audience, it gives the actors freedom to properly express themselves. And I'll point this out in closing. I got to that episode 4, and I was so tired. I stopped it. I said, let me watch something else, just clear. And then I just on Twitter, everybody was talking about the weight. And I opened the weight. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't even be talking about the weight, but I just wanted to just drive this point home because of audio. There was a narration at the beginning that was obvious that it was not even recorded in a proper studio. If it was, then I'm disappointed in whoever the engineer is. The audio it sounded like it was recorded on a phone. The monologue, the opening monologue, and then there was a lady that had that was taking the phone call, and I noticed straight away that she was minding the way she walked because her beads were rubbing on her suit, and the lapel mic was picking. The lapel mic was obviously underneath the beads she was wearing, and it was there was a problem, and she had to watch the way she walked. that in itself was a failure. And then you can imagine all the restrictions that is going to place on the acting throughout. This thing, everybody brought their A game, yes, but they were all put in a box. And the sooner we start to talk about these things and break out of that box, the more we will move forward in Nollywood. And when I say Nollywood, I'm talking about mainstream Nollywood, because there are the people doing short films and everything that are observing these things and they are doing good. I can mention quite a few. Something Special, Juju Stories, Ojuju. There's so many of them that are doing this thing. Even the Jack Mateo that I watched it today and I was blown away. It didn't have all the bells and whistles, but I sat down and I watched it and I thoroughly enjoyed it. We need to start to tell ourselves the truth. That's it for me. As far as all the production blunders is concerned, there's too many to even call out there. I'll probably just do a thread on everything, because those things are quite embarrassing, and I'm disappointed that whoever directed it and all the people involved could let those things go. And that's the part of the thing. That's the part of what I'm talking about. I'm sure they saw these things and they were like, then go watch them like that. That is the problem. That is the problem. Even as little as the mannequin head, the Jackie's head that they cut off, was obviously a light-skinned mannequin, and you still showed the face. You showed the face clearly. It was 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. I saw it, and I'm like, come on, guys. Do you get? And that's the problem. We need to start to tell. And this, I'm particularly ranting because of the people involved in this project and the people in the industry that will come out and say, don't rubbish our work, don't do this, don't do that. It's sad. And we need to start to tell ourselves the truth, or we are not going to move forward at all. That's as far as mainstream Nollywood is concerned. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Shegun. In closing, thank you. All right. Oluwatimi, please go ahead. And then Francis Franco. Oluwatimi, are you there? Timmy? All right, if Timmy is not there, Francis Franco, please.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I was doing something. I'm so sorry. First of all, I think the first thing I would like to just ask is if like before they produce a movie, if some of the actors that they give these scripts, if they actually read these things through. Because if I were to be an actor and I read a script and they're like, okay, you're supposed to play this particular character, and I read the script and I realize that, this my character doesn't have anything to do in the movie, I think I would have to be concerned. Or maybe they're just collecting the roles to maybe pay their bills or things like that, which is very understandable. But I don't know what they wanted to do with a lot of the characters in this particular show. But a lot of them could have easily been done without, most especially the accountant. What was Ali Nuhu doing in the whole? I do not see his purpose at all. And I think I could easily say the same thing about, I honestly feel you could say the same thing about a lot of, the other characters in this thing, but I'm not going to just dwell on that, but I'm going to start from the first episode where I have problems with. At the beginning, the mother told her 2 children that they should go and pack when the whole war and the whole whatever started, and they came back. Why did they come back? The second thing is regarding ADR. Maybe they do ADR or maybe they don't do it well. I honestly don't know. But there was this shot of the woman when she was wearing the cane, when she was screaming, no, her lips didn't sync with that no at all. It didn't. Another thing is the wigs on the girls, they were badly placed. Or maybe it was just that particular girl, but there was a shot that you could see where the natural hair was literally poking out of the wig. That's another thing. Another thing I couldn't really understand was Scar, because I honestly thought that Scar was given the name because of the scar, which I thought was, intentional and made sense. Only for me to just go back to the first episode and realize that, he didn't have a scar in the first episode, so why were they calling him Scar? Also, why didn't Scar kill? Is it Inem or is it Sha? Why didn't Scar kill that girl and the mom? because he just took the gun and he looked at them and he didn't kill them. Why? And the Oga pirates, the Oga, nobody on the other canoe said anything about it. That also didn't make sense. Another thing was, we've talked about this nudity thing. It was not only unnecessary, it didn't make sense, because I don't understand why the people who were packing money were wearing pants. Why? Just why? Why? Is it for aesthetics? Why? Why? Another thing is the lighting. The lighting. More. The lighting, yes, it was. I don't know the word I was going to use to describe it, but yeah, I think you could say that a lot of work was put into the lighting, but then I feel like there were some scenes where the lighting just wasn't working out for me. For example, the scene where Inedo was talking with the police officer and I feel like there was like a huge will I call it a flashlight or something behind the windows, and I couldn't tell if the police station or the whatever was a built set like on stage or something, or if it was in an actual place. Because if it were to be in what's supposed to be like filmed on location, the lighting felt a little bit unnatural for me. And another thing was, I really need to understand the relation between Shangisha community and Shanty Town, because they showed us Shangisha community at the beginning and we got to move into Shanty Town, and yeah, I didn't understand the relation between the both of them. What was the significance of Colorado as well? I've talked about okay. What was the significance of Colorado? How did the girls get to Shanty? We didn't really understand that because, okay, maybe that wasn't as important, but I would have really liked if they explored how they got to Shanty in the first place. Because they said that this person, Shaliwa's father, was owing Scar 500K. How? Where did the debts come from? All these type of things, they weren't explored. This person, our dear auntie, Nse, her character, NM, I believe, she was, the English was given a little bit too posh for the environment that she was playing in sometimes, because, yeah, why is your English that good? It really doesn't feel authentic. How did Jackie get her freedom? Because if Scar told Shaliwa to pay 15 million, where did Jackie get the 15 million from? That's the first question. And the fact that Jackie was able to tell Shaliwa, Fashi the 500K, that means she has a lot of money. So my question is, how was she able to get that money to leave Shanty Town? Or that's just my basic question. How did she gain her freedom? Another thing is, Shaliwa dreams of being a mixologist, and the only place that this being a mixologist is relevant is where she prepares a cocktail for, is it Peter or Paul? I don't know. And even the fact that, like, I don't know how to explain this, but okay, they tell us that she's a mixologist and she ends up making a cocktail for P Square, for Paul, Peter, I don't know who, for P Square. And the fact that she gets closer to the guy now ends up doing nothing to the story. That made no sense at all. Oh, and one thing that I shouldn't forget to mention was the fact that if you removed the recaps, if you removed the credits, if you removed all the unnecessary whatever scenes, whatever, this series could have been a 2-hour movie tops. Hops. 4 hours. Why? I watched the first 3 episodes and I slept off. I was like, okay, you know what? Film Club. I thought Film Club was even going to be yesterday, Saturday. I was watching this thing with so much detail. I was like, yeah, I'm going to finish it. But I was, the first time I finished watching Shanty Town, I was like, okay, where's this story? What was the story? I didn't get the story. So I was like, I'm going to watch it again. And I'm sorry, that was a very big mistake, because at the end of the day, I still didn't get the story after watching it for the second time. Another thing that, what else? Mommy T was talking to Inedo, And before Mommy T was talking to Inedo, she was coughing. I can vividly remember she was coughing and it seemed like she was sick. Only for Mommy T to start her dialogue and boom, her cough is like suddenly gone. What else? Who is Shalewa in Shanty Town? See, I feel like the only character that was good and was giving good characterization throughout this thing was Scar. I'm even the good self, I'm even stretching it because the only reason I'm saying maybe because of how good Scar's acting was, because I could kind of tell that maybe like there was some sort of dimension towards him, but that wasn't explored. It wasn't explored. Like they didn't explore any of the characters at all, at all. Another thing is in episode 2, Jagun was fighting with Inem. Wanted to, show us a fight choreography with Jagun that went to slap that person's ass. Why did the person slap that person's ass? We've talked about the way they were objectifying women in this thing. Why did Jagun slap that woman's ass just like that? Maybe the writer wanted to show that, okay, yes, in your can fight or something. Maybe that was why they put that there. But that did not make sense. What was the relationship between Inem and NM? I'm very sorry if I'm getting like their names wrong, but like it sounded very similar. But what was
just try and see if you can round dish up. I don't want to rush you, to be honest, because I haven't rushed anybody else. It doesn't seem fair, but go ahead.
Okay, what's the relationship between Inem and NM? We really didn't get to understand that at all. Another thing is, what's up with the ring? They made mention of the ring, and maybe I'm the one who was missing the attention, but they made mention of the ring, and I think that was just it. What's the relationship between RMD and Scar? They didn't explore that one too at all. What else? Oh my God, I wish there are a lot of things that I could say. Oh my God. The violence was also very unnecessary. A lot of the violence was unnecessary because even at the beginning, why were they attacking Shangisha community? We don't understand that as well. Honestly, I feel like I'll just stop here because if I should continue, I don't think we would, I don't think a lot of people will have time to talk. But okay, wait, let me just say one more thing. Shola Shobowale, Mommy T, why was she crying when she was looking at her album, at her pictures? That also didn't make sense. Who is Chief Fernandez? Who exactly is he? Because I know he gave us like almost a 10 minutes lecture on the history of Lagos with, this map behind him serving as a visual aid. But we also didn't get to understand who the fuck Chief Fernandez was because we don't understand why he wants to be governor of Lagos State. We don't know what he wants to do with the position. Even Shafi Bello, the opponent, Abi, whatever, she just says she wants to be known. Really? That's why you want to become the governor? Because you want to be known? Really? Anyway, I think I'll just stop here. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Timmy. Made a lot of valuable points. All right. It's Franca, right? Francis Franca, please.
Now I can actually concentrate.
I will just be fast. What I want to say.
You like it? Is it nice? I like it, but you said that it's supposed to go up, so wait and
see.
Timmy,
you're
still on. Thank you.
No, is one of the Badamasu that muted everybody. Thanks, co-host. Francis Franca, please go on.
I will just be really fast about what I want to say because of time. I think one of the major problems this movie had or has is the fact that it wasn't written as a series. We can see that they didn't even know they wanted to make series till post-production, because if they knew they wanted to make it a series during production, they would have added maybe some scenes or some backstories. We can't get backstories because it wasn't written as a series. And why is lengthy? Because when they were doing post-production, they saw that, okay, let's make it a series. Normally, when you're doing post-production, you will cut out some scenes and some conversations. But they didn't do that because they wanted it to be lengthy. So it was obvious that's why we can't get backstories. There are some unnecessary conversations that we don't really need. It felt like stage. And just that's just like the major problem. Another thing is we mainstream Nollywood, we don't really focus on criticism. Even in theater where I study, we do criticism is one of our major course. When you're writing a script, you need to give it to a critic to see and say, okay, this is it. You have critical mind to see, okay, will this still work? After even shooting, you before you even edit, even while editing, a critic needs to be there to see it and say, okay, will our audience want to watch this thing? Do these people need this thing? Who are we selling this thing to? And again, continuity. I saw it on the comment section. I laughed where Scar wanted to where they attacked Scar. We saw establishing shot was Ondo, and then the close up. Okay, establishing was Lagos, and then close up shot was Ondo State in the plate number. And I was like, how did the continuity person? How did you not know? Even when you were editing, the continuity guy should be as smart as the director, because you need to know if something was on the left, it should not go to the right. How did he go to the right? So I felt like the continuity guy did not even too obvious. I could not even shout. And lastly, Nollywood needs to know that as good as you want your director should be, your writer needs to be as good and smart. I was in a seminar one time where one big actor was there. I was like, oh, there's this girl that she writes in 2 days. I'm like, you write a full movie in 2 days. I said, she's that good. Why are we not why are we producing rubbish when you write a full movie in 2 days? As good as your director is, your writer should be as good as that. You have to have a critical mind. You have to think. That's why we don't have backstories. Everything is just clashing. We want to put everything together and say, oh, this movie is mad. Or putting everything together. Even the first scene, I was just wondering, what was happening? Why are they killing? Why is everything? Why is everybody running? Why are they bombing everywhere? The only thing that I loved in the first scene was that cute monkey. That monkey was just so cute. At least we used a different animal. Just very cute monkey. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks, Franca.
Thanks, Franca. So, please, if the things you like or didn't like, but did make it concise. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. I mean, I don't have a lot to say. I can't say a lot. I'm a Nollywood guy myself. So, I just will start with what I like. And I mean, I don't want to, go over things that was really said. So, pretty much scale. I like the scale. I thought it was daring to approach it on the scale that they did. What I didn't like is, I mean, I don't think it's anything peculiar to this film, but it's the approach to story. It's how a lot of our stories feel like they lack a personal. There's this. I wouldn't even say escapist, but like there's this. I give an example. You watch certain films, even like the foreign films as well, and their characters, their character traits, or their nuances to a character that you can relate to. You see around you as well, even though you don't exist in that society. There's certain peculiarities that you can point and say, oh, my uncle could behave like this, or my brother could behave like this subconsciously. And that's something that I don't know. When I watch films, Nigerian films, I also long for. It's like, characters that I can identify with, I can relate with, because it's supposed to be Nigerian, and I am Nigerian. And so that's something that I just, I don't know if we don't go within, we're not really reflective in our approach. And I think it goes beyond story. It's also in our approach to filmmaking. There's never really a reflective, as an industry. In fact, it's like we have all these problems, so many problems, but you don't hear solutions. Somebody was talking about um, how our houses were made. I think in a progressive industry that I think we should strive to be. It's like we should be able to sort of peculiarize our problems and find solutions that are peculiar to us. To the problems that we have. We have an area boy problem. Why don't we speak to like they're part of the government, right? With the bus transportation people. Why can't we just speak to those people? Pay them a certain amount every year to ensure that we could get access to specific locations where we would even be protected by the people who would want to stop us. If you're going to go on set, they would stop you and you'll pay eventually. So why don't you just help yourself in a lot of ways? They're creative ways to solve problem. Filmmaking is a problem solving um, field. So it's not one that you exist despite the problem. It's one that you exist
to solve the problem. That's, by the way, and I don't think it's speculative story. I just think it's a Nollywood thing that we need to come to be aware of, and start talking about as part of guilds or associations, and I see that coming, and I'm thankful for spaces like this where people continue to air. I just hope that in the future as well, spaces where Nollywood practitioners could come and bands and figure out ways to solve their problems, to help them tell better stories, would also exist. What's something I don't like about the story peculiar to this film? Something I don't like about this film is really, it's like I don't like it. It just bugs me. It's like the name. I felt that was a bit. It's a bit. I don't know. I don't want to say. I want to say it's daring. It's but like I don't feel like it came from that place. I just thought it was very lazy. It was very, very weird, very on the nose. Very like, I'm not going to think too much, just Shanty Town. Like, I don't know what would have happened if this film was modeled after some fictional place that we could relate to, or some place that was actually real. Like, maybe like, I mean, I don't want to call anywhere a ghetto, but like, there are places in Lagos or in Nigeria or in Ibadan that could probably have, let me not think too far. There's somewhere in Mende where, like, it's just right at the heart of Lagos, but like it's a slum, and it's there where everybody goes and smoke weed, police or whoever. Like, it's like there are real places where we could actually draw inspiration from and model our stories after, to reflect. And in doing that, I feel like you'd even have a lot more audiences who can identify with and relate with the story. And yeah, I mean, it's a work in progress, I guess. More and more people would, I hope, come to self-reflect and reanalyze how stories are approached. I think that they're approached from a sense of it's a movie, and movies are supposed to be a certain way. Like, there's a really far. It doesn't feel close to home. It doesn't, like, you watch it and you don't even. It's not even from a place of marvel. Like, wow, this is awesome. So it's just from a place of, it's almost non-recognizable in a way. But I really liked how daring this was. I liked there was a sense of intrigue to it that I really enjoyed. But yeah, thank you guys so much as well for constantly doing this.
All right, thanks, so. All right, Mr. C, we're at the Straits. What did you not like about this?
Okay, so there was quite a lot that I didn't like about this, but a number of people have mentioned things, so I'm going to try to avoid things that have been said as much as possible. Saying that, I'm moving on to something someone just said. Francis Franca mentioned this being originally written as a film, and that being part of the problem. And I'm going to call this the Cobb 2 effect. Turning a film into a series afterwards. And yesterday when we were on the space and we asked, I think Mr. C asked about, what was it originally written as? And we were told it was written and shot as a film. But since they couldn't find what to cut, it was turned into a series. And I think that lack of
discipline.
Yes, I was going to say constraints, but that lack of constraint and lack of discipline really shows in the show, in what turned into a show. Even as a viewer, I could see the bloat in the series, right? So it's kind of crazy to me that professionals couldn't see how to cut that down from 4 hours. Even the last big fight was so bloated. We had 2 kung fu masters doing a fight. And it was like, of the 3 fights going on in that last scene, there was only one that someone could marginally care about, right? It was Scar and this guy's bodyguard. And honestly, we don't care about the bodyguard, right? The only person anyone cares about there is Scar. was supposed to be this big final showdown between them. What? Because he kicked her ass one time. Like, it's a guy that had one line of dialogue in the whole film. I don't care about your big showdown with him. And then the other scene, it took me to the end of the scene to go, oh, that's Ighorodje in the scene. Because I kept going, why do I care about this fight? What is the point of this fight? I don't care about it. It's taking too much time. I don't care about the people in here. And eventually I go, oh, that's Ighorodje, right? And I guess I didn't recognize her because, well, she's wearing a wig for the first time, right? In the whole, well, since for most of the show, she's been on low cut, and now all of a sudden she's in a wig for this big fight.
Yeah,
and
well, pointing out that we watched it again with other people, and
nobody realized it was her till the end. And, you know, I don't know, I think maybe it had something to do with her stunt double. Maybe that's why we needed the wig, but I didn't recognize her, so I didn't care about the fight. So that last scene alone was already so bloated, right? It was, I'm already seeing something you can cut, right? But I think the other thing is, I think this lack of restraint started from the writing of this film. And I say this because so many things, this film tried to touch so many things. It had good ideas, right? It had good ideas, but it wanted to touch on many, many things. And that's a problem. Like different films, you can focus, right? If you focus, you fine tune it, you probably will not end up with this bloat. I'll call a few things we've had, right? Something like, let's say, Oloture wasn't my favorite film, but the focus was on, you know, sex trafficking, right? It's a focus. This one tried to do raiding of villages, sex trafficking, organ harvesting, drugs, criminal underworld, political rivalry. We tried to put all of this in one film, and that's why we couldn't cut it, right? But in the attempt to do all of this, nothing has depth. You've tried to do so many things, but there's no depth to anything. The big bus stop between, and this leads to my other points, like I think it has an identity crisis, right? Because they try to do too many things and then there's no identity to it. Some sort of the thing that leads to this big bombastic fight in the end is kind of crazy. We have Shafi's character has sent her people to, you know, bring her scar, right? And they've done this by ramming into his bus, right? Flipping it over and potentially killing him. They could have killed him, right? How do you guarantee that he wouldn't die in that? But whatever, they've done that to bring him in. And she's brought him in to bring her Chief Femi. Her motivation is so paper thin. It's so paper thin, it's almost worth nothing. And we see her in two scenes. And that is what leads to this big fight at the end. There's so much nothing in it that it just, I feel nothing, right? And if any care had been given to focusing on one or two plot points, right? Focus on the story of this person coming undercover to take them down in revenge for her sister that was, you know, separated from her. Do that, right? That would give Amanda's character from depth. That would give Amanda's character some depth. That would separate Amanda's character from Inem, right? Because those characters were basically merged. If we have some separation between those characters and give them some depth, we already have some stake in this. We're feeling some attachment. Scar is supposed to be our big bad. Give him more depth, right? He loses his teeth so early on. I don't feel it. I don't feel that he's this menacing character that everybody should be scared of. He's a little bitch. Like,
you can say bitch.
I can say bitch. He's a little bitch. He's a little bitch. I don't feel the menace from Scar. He's nothing. Because you take his teeth away so early on, he feels like nothing. And if focus had been given to just one or two of those things, forget the rest. Do it in another film, right? We don't need him to be the one raiding villages to do thingy. We don't need him to be a sexual sadist. We don't need organ trafficking. Focus. Just focus, and it would have been so much better than what it was. That's it.
All right. Okay. If you do want to give your summaries, you can either tweet, comment, and we'll pull it up again. Meanwhile, I am, or you can request to speak if we've taken you off. Just summaries. The summary parts is just since we've put people down that might want to speak. All right. Okay. My bad. I've written them down, so I'm not going to spend too much. I've put in gratuitous. I imagine that's the stuff we start nudity we've talked about. Editing obnoxious. We've talked about split screen with different aspect ratio. I've written here camera wearing shades. I think sometimes they did some bad. I think is it day to night or night to day? I can't remember. One of those versions, but like they just it just didn't look nice. Establishing the rules. I've talked about who has the power in certain scenes. Sometimes it's just not clear, and that's a problem with the directing. Objectification of women. I've talked about. Ending was rushed. People have talked about, and it's crazy that actually you actually. Jesus, the fact that you just read the ending here, we can't be. It's like a series. Like anyway, yeah, that was poor. Film to series change is obvious and not well done. Yeah, Missy spoken about this. Franca has also spoken about it. The things. I just have a list of things that are set up here and they go nowhere. Chidi's handkerchief thing that he does with, I think it's Messi. Is it Messi or Nancy's character? I think it's Messi's character. I don't know. It does something with it. I don't know what that was supposed to be. It seemed like, there's a thing he's doing with wiping. I can't remember whether it's his face or her face. I don't know. But I thought it was going to go somewhere. Didn't go anywhere. The ramming and murdering of Chidi's men. I thought, we're going to set up, I thought that was going to have some consequences or that meant something. Nope. They just did it because they wanted to flip a bus, I guess. Inyeda taking cocaine. I thought that was going to mean something. Nope. Just, all right. So I don't know. I don't know what the point of that was. Inyeda beating up a henchman in the beginning. I thought we're set. Maybe that's to set up her kung fu from the end, but everybody does kung fu at the end. So what's the point of setting her one up? It didn't feel. It felt pointless. Tattoo smudge. All right, so there's a point where Insen notices that Inyeda's character has tattoo smudging. Really goes nowhere. They don't do anything with that. And the tattoo comes back up. I would have liked to at least seen Inyeda use makeup to do her smudge back on. Use makeup to do her tattoo back. That would have been at least funny for me. Touch and follow prepared for Nancy. That didn't go anywhere because apparently this guy just has a backup. Chief's ring. They said it because like I don't know, like it protects him, but he just has a necklace that does exactly the same thing. So like all of these things don't go anywhere. And then Toyin Abraham scene. Oh my God. That happened in case you forgot about it, which you probably did. Anyway, there's so many things that are set up and they just don't go anywhere. It's just very bad writing. And I don't care for the directing either. But yes, those are my points. All right. We'll do the summary. We'll start with the people I see currently on my screen. Please make it relatively quick before people start throwing fire and tomatoes at us. All right, we'll start with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, please give us your summary.
Okay, so in summary, I thought that Shanty Town lacked story. It focused its writing rather than following the rules of writing a proper dystopian. This is not to say you cannot genre bend, please. It is allowed, but your story has to be cohesive enough for people to follow, for the audience to be able to follow through and even root for people. So here we have villain, we had a villain, and this is another obsession of Nollywood, giving us larger than life villains that people are supposed to root for. So while they were trying to flesh out Scar, they ignored Inem's character or whoever one of the twins is, or Amanda, whoever, that's supposed to like save people from, because that's the idea of a dystopian. There is a breakdown of law and order, and this person who's supposed to save or try to get out or to save everyone else. And they ignored that, and that part was just jumbled and mumbled up. and rather we eventually got this lackluster story that is underwhelming. I don't know about execution of whatever the story was might be okay, but it wasn't so bad looking screen, I think. But the story itself, because it is lacking, it made the entire thing tedious for me to follow. So I'm not exactly going to rate it. I mean, go watch it if it's your cup of tea, but I'd rather not see something like this again on my screen. Thank you. Good night.
All right, thanks, Elizabeth. Cynthia, you want to give us a quick summary?
Oh yes. So in summary, after watching it, I had my own interpretation, and just because I wanted to hear from the filmmakers, I listened to them yesterday on Inside Nollywood Spaces, and they also did not know what they were doing, or they did not know what the story was about. So I'm going to go with my interpretation that they wrote their fantasies on how to objectify women. At the ending, they started adding layers to their story. So that's why we saw different themes that they could not develop. Then they got distracted and started thinking of what should we do that people will say, you can do this kind of thing in Nollywood. So in summary, this whole film was just to objectify women with a lot of shock value. There was no writing, there was no beginning, there was no ending. And I'm quite surprised that the writer, Xavier Ighorodje, could claim this film and he didn't claim Foreigner's God because no matter how bad Foreigner's God was, it actually started and it ended, but this had nothing. This had nothing. Okay. I really hope that I do not see a movie like this again or a film like this again. And if we want to address issues, let us address issues and let's stop writing our fantasies of how we want to undo women bodies. That's all I can say.
All right, thanks, Cynthia. Shagan, do you want to give us a quick summary?
Um, yeah, I noticed I didn't really speak so much on the nudity part, but I agree with everything Cynthia has said. As far as nudity is concerned, it's not even about, because a lot of people said it's cultural, it's culturally ours. That's why are we complaining about nudity? And I'm like, it's not about that. We live in a society where they edited two men kissing out of a film before they screened it in the cinema. So the responsibility is on filmmakers to know that these things matter, and if you must, there's a way you need to portray these things. And I've said it here. I think I've said it before. A sex scene, you can portray a sex scene just by showing underwear and clothes thrown on the floor, and you're hearing sounds. And worst case scenario, show the girl's hand gripping the bed sheets in a particular way, and that's all. That is all. So all the nakedness, all the nudity that was shown was unnecessary, and that kind of nudity is not even shown in the actual whatever ghetto or whatever in Nigeria, unless we are saying artistic freedom, we are world building and all of that. But even at that, it's not necessary. So I think as far as these kind of things are concerned, filmmakers need to really think deeply. It's just like saying you want to portray cancer in your movie for the sake of showing somebody with a shaved head and you want to show the chemotherapy machine and nothing else. That's the way this looks like. You
Yeah.
just want to. So we should be very careful with these kind of things. And if you are going to portray these kind of things, you need to follow through, because the trope that they copied with the naked girls stacking cocaine or processing heroin or whatever, it's really in the American things that they copy. It's basically because these people are women of color and they are the easiest to pick on and objectify and all of that. That is why these kind of things are portrayed this particular way. So it didn't make sense them trying to copy that and all that. So I think we should just be very mindful of that moving forward for filmmakers. Thanks.
All right, so please give us a quick summary.
Yeah, I was brief enough, and I wasn't really going to say anything because I was trying to go down. But I mean, I just would chip in because of what the last speaker spoke. I slightly disagree, especially when it comes to nudity. But I'll say to everyone who's a filmmaker here in this space, because we don't really have any other space to tell ourselves this. But I think let's stick to nuances. I think it's crucial. It's very important. Let's stick to our nuances and let that be the basis for whatever creative freedom that we want to explore. We need a ground. We need a base for these things. Even in our character design, I think there's so many tropes that we could develop within ourselves. And just stick to before they become overly used, conventional cliches. And as well, I guess I think that solves predominantly a lot of our problems because, if the checkbox is, would this happen, here, and how would it happen here, and, how would X and X person react? Would such a person from this background react? Like, if we develop our characters to be well rooted and our story world to be well rooted within, the plot line would have to sort of exist within the confines of that. So that becomes the boundary. And I mean, the nudity thing, honestly, yeah, I because we're not, again, it's the nuances. Well, I don't think it has anything to do with our culture as opposed to their culture. I mean, I guess like the reasons why people prepping cocaine don't wear clothes and wear face masks is also so it doesn't get on their clothes, and they don't get high on it with the dust of it and all of that. But I think, well, you didn't hear me.
Sorry, never mind.
I said,
Never mind.
huh?
Oh, never mind. I thought I heard
Okay.
something. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that the reasons why women who prep cocaine don't wear shirts and clothes is so it doesn't get on their shirts or on their clothes, and as well, they don't get high from the dust of it. That's what I think. But again, I think honestly, it's like it's all vested in how we sort of tread it through our nuances, tread it through us as a people. So everyone who's a storyteller, biggest summary for this film or takeaway from this film as a filmmaker is to look inward and always, have that be the basis for everything I do within the story. Cheers.
All right. Okay, thanks, Joseph. Just summary, just a quick, we've done our goods and our bads, just a general, for we feel. All right, Vanessa.
Oh, hi. My summary is now we know did this show. Can we not do this again? We generally would just appreciate a well-developed story with characters that are shown care, characters that are treated like people with motivations and actual care and like thoughts that's given versus all the gra and extra ceremony. Just a simple story, the beginning, middle, and end, with characters that are fully fleshed out. I really would appreciate that for the rest of 2023. I'm praying on my knees for a fully fleshed out story, however simple it may be.
All right, thanks, Vanessa. Paraventure.
Yeah, just to buttress what I think Soso said, the story world is just lacking. That's the main thing. It's the same problem I've had with AU and a few of Nia Alliance films. He tries to do things that just are not rooted in Nigerian. They're not Nigerian enough. Even though they speak pidgin and they use the same, they just seem like the tropes borrowed from elsewhere, and everyone acts in a way that's not Nigerian. That's the biggest issue I have with this. And then they try to do things, they're ambitious, but then their resources do not quite match their ambition. So they fall flat, regardless of how daring or how noble their attempts are. So unfortunately, yes, it's a terrible film. Sorry, a terrible series or film, as it was meant to be.
Fair enough. All right, thanks, Paraventure. Anika, please give us a quick summary.
So, yeah, this, I don't know how to say. Everybody has already said there's something that needs to be said. And look, I'm not against like making stories that are fantasies
Summary,
and like
summary,
I'm
summary.
I am saying a summary. I am saying a summary. I get that this thing is a fantasy, whatever type of story it is trying to tell, but what everybody else has already said is true. And will I recommend this? Guys, this is just a typical show. There's nothing really surprising or too afraid about it. So yeah, sure, you can watch it. If you have a if you want to watch it, you can watch it. If you don't want to watch it, watch something better or watch something greater. I don't know. Whatever, it's entertainment.
Okay, all right.
It's not good entertainment, but it's entertainment. You can watch it or you cannot.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Thanks, Arinka. All right, Fi, summary, please.
All right. All right. So I liked seeing my Nollywood faves, Chidi and Ini, working together again, but the storyline was barely there. The violence, the objectification were disturbing. What made me stay was the acting, the nostalgia for old Nollywood, and having to discuss this on Film Club. I think that's the heaviest reason. This series took away whatever remaining innocence I was holding on to, gone with the wind. I would have loved to see the women of Shanty Town shown with a level of sensitivity, and I wish they were given the opportunity for the viewer to humanize them. I would say watch at your own risk because it was so heavy and it was so hard to get through. I can't lie. Thank you.
Thanks, Fi. That's a pretty decent summary. Thank you. Oliver, to me, please give us your summary. To me, there was always gotta wait 1, 2, or 3 seconds for the word to me. Oh, to me,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Okay, my summary for I think I'm just going to overuse this word now. My summary for Shanty Town was that it was ambitious. Like someone said, it was a portfolio film. Everybody was just trying to come and show us what they could do. I just wish they kind of put in more effort into making sure that what they're actually doing actually made sense story-wise. And see, basically, Nollywood, please, please, please. I'm very, very sure we can do better in terms of story. That's just, yeah, that's just it.
All right. Thanks a lot to me. All right, Jide, if you give us a summary of what you thought of Shanty Town.
Hey, hi. Did you guys say Jide?
I did say Jide, yes, but
okay.
probably a too shy.
Yeah. So quickly, I mean, there's great space here. Like everyone has said, there's been positives and the negatives, but for me, I saw like a good evolution in the industry in terms of. I mean, I'm seeing some good effects that is happening now. Seeing cinematography being, I mean, there's like some positive angles I'm seeing there that I usually will not see in other Nollywood films. Uh, Development side, definitely story, plot, the writing itself, the whole conversion from film to series, that sort of conversation. I hope it stops because I think this is like the second major high level one that was converted from a film into a series. That's not the direction we should keep going. You can't just in post production choose to make something different. But all in all, on an indie budget or indie producers getting this done with no backing from, I mean, the major streamers at the time they shot it, I think is a good positive vibe for them. Still lots of room to improve, but yeah, that's it. Just and Chidi was awesome. I think that was like the highlight for the film, for the series itself. All right, that's it from me.
Thanks for that, Jide. Appreciate I think Mr. C.
Yes. Would you like me to summarize?
Please do.
Okay. I appreciate the use of Ibibio in the film. I thought that in the show, whatever. I thought that was great. I somewhat respect the ambition. But in summary, I want to reiterate to Nollywood that we don't need them to go big or go home. I promise we will watch something small and contained and well done and we will love it. A story is fundamental. You can give me all the shiny shit you want to give me, and if there's no story there, it's worth almost nothing to me. I'm sorry. I think I respect the ambition, but I think the show lacked focus. The film lacks focus, and then the show lacked focus. And I think if there was more focus, it would have been a much better viewing experience for everyone involved. Just on a side note, I started watching The Wire. Great example of focus.
All right. Let's not compare one of the best ever TV series ever written to Shanty Town. But Shanty Town, I liked some things. I can't remember what I liked. I said them in the beginning, but overall, in summary, I didn't like this. This was a chore to get through. The writing is quite bad. The directing is quite bad. A lot of the acting is quite bad. I think Chidi is fine. I could just see. I feel like Chidi's performance Chidi is wasted potential. Somebody mentioned on this space that he could have been like the choice was lazy, and I don't disagree with that. It is, if you pick somebody, if you picked any actor in Nollywood to do a bad person, I think they give you that voice. It's just what he did. It's not that I'm saying he's not capable of doing better. I mean, he wasn't capable of doing something that could have been particularly great, but the script did not allow him. So script, directing, performances were, yeah, I don't particularly like the lighting. Some of the production was good, but the lighting was overly flashy for the grittiness that it was going for. So yeah, this was just not for me. And if you like it, good luck to you. All the best. All right. Thank you for everyone who has done the journey. This has been like almost a 5-hour journey. Thanks a lot for our speakers. Thank a lot for our listeners. We do this every Sunday. Next Sunday promises to be at least better. We're talking about Brotherhood next week. It was the highest grossing film of the calendar year of 2022. If that's how if you're fine with calculating things like that. It's on Prime. It drops on Prime this Friday. And we'll be discussing it next Sunday. I think hopefully that gives us something to be a bit more excited about. It's a film that I've been getting a lot of positive views, and I can't wait to discuss that with a lot of you. Give us a follow if you want to do this. You can also rate and review shows on Nolly Data, including Shanty Town, which will drop at some point this week. I imagine by Monday it will be on there if you want to rate and review it. But there are other movies on there that we've spoken about that you can discuss. So thank you again for joining. We really appreciate you, and we'll see you next week, hopefully. Thanks again to our speakers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks for listening to the episode. If you enjoyed listening and would like to join live, just follow us on Twitter at IrokoCritic and join us every Sunday, 6 p.m. West African time on our spaces.